Shalom, brothers and sisters, and welcome to all. My name is Nicholas Whitmire, and I proclaim the Messiah. Now, let me get that on mute. So let's see. Just setting up for a moment here. There we go. And so I have prepared some for this one, so it should go smoother than the last one did. And so first, I'll just mention the whole series. So the first episode of this series was a 9-week-old baby is in the thumbnail saying, "My humanity triggers some Colorado lawmakers. Let's despise them." Now, for that episode, I had brother Jeremy um, Uberoth on, or is it Uberoth? I forgot now, unfortunately, exactly how it's pronounced. But anyway, and that was a very excellent episode. So you'll find that as the thumbnail to the entire playlist. And I highly recommend that one. He's on for an interview, and we lay it out as a story of two bills, a tale of two bills. So using this banner that you see at the bottom here. So first, some good Christians attempted to pass a bill that they knew would fail because of the politics of the situation, but it's still the right thing to do. And that was a bill to make all murder illegal and prosecutable as murder in the state of Colorado instead of just most murders illegal, right? Because it is bigotry to have some humans, it's legal to murder them simply because they're still in the womb. That is bigotry, it is murder, and it's evil, and the debate is already over. There's literally zero argument in favor of murdering preborn babies that makes any sense whatsoever. Yeah, and so at some point when they have zero argument and the debate's been going on for many years and we have to make laws that murder is illegal, at some point we have to say, okay, the debate is over. And now we've got to cut you to your heart because it's obviously a heart issue. There's no intellectual issue here. And brother CJ was doing a live stream. He might still be doing it right now with Michael the Canadian Atheist, which makes this point painfully obvious, where Michael the Canadian Atheist is conceding to all of the facts, and then somehow there are circumstances where it's okay to murder people. It doesn't make any sense. And I'm not nervous. I have a loose hair there. That was, but anyway, sorry, that's not pleasant for an audience, but let me continue. So that was a tale of two bills, and that one's really an awesome episode. Then I attempted to film this one out of order. We'll mention that in a moment. But I looked at the bill itself, not the good bill that's represented at the bottom here by the baby's face, Bill 1079, which I think was named that because it was the 10th week of the year when it was proposed. And then a mere 2 weeks later was Bill 1279, which is attempting to legislate human rights, which of course is not even valid. You don't legislate human rights. They're in the Constitution and they're human rights. And they're trying to give mothers the right to murder their children under any circumstance, so long as the child is in the womb. And they're using all kinds of euphemisms and stuff. And so I reviewed that, and this is the thumbnail for it now, a review of legalized murder, because that live stream got totally derailed into just reviewing the bill in detail. And then I started doing things in order as I had originally planned. So the previous live stream is this one, a 9-week-old in the thumbnail here, saying some Colorado lawmakers want me to live. Let's honor them. And that one, I need to edit it down a lot because I wasn't very organized when I went into it, and I was bouncing around trying to find the parts that I would want to show. And so I could probably cut out literally an hour of just trying to find footage that I wasn't really prepared with. So this one today should run a lot smoother. So I highly recommend the first episode, and the second one is well done. The third one I need to edit, and I'll make a thumbnail that makes it clear it is post-edit, and it'll at least be at that thumbnail for like a couple weeks or something, and then I might go back to the original one. And then today's episode is Some Colorado Lawmakers Want Me Murdered. Let's Shame Them. And so this one about honoring the good Colorado lawmakers is very important because we don't want to just generalize them all and then slander the good men and women. And so we just want to shame the murderous men and women. So I think we're looking at a Nuremberg trial situation where once we win this battle, as far as we should win this battle, then at a certain point we have to draw a line and say, you went way too far. You have to be put on trial for mass murder. And so that's what we'll be addressing today is our men and women who should be executed for mass murder according to precedent properly set at the Nuremberg trials that happened after Nazi Germany. And then the next episode is going to be my favorite. It might have to be multiple episodes because there is so much of this that went on. And here I have a 9-week-old child saying, the Colorado people have asserted my humanity. Let's hear them. So that's going to be my favorite episode. There are just so many hours of excellent footage of people saying excellent things, asserting the humanity of our fellow humans and insisting that we not murder them. Just beautiful stuff. And then the final episode will be Some Colorado Lawmakers Oppose the People. Let's reject them. And that one will probably be the shortest episode because it's just going to focus on the specific point of, look, the people spoke and you opposed them in order to have babies mass murdered, right? And so there we go. That's the series. And this is today's episode. Some Colorado lawmakers want me murdered. Let's shame them. And this is very important. So without further ado, let me get the screen share up. Now, I'm not sure exactly how to make sure they're... Okay, I think if I do this, that makes the one I'm looking for on top. And so we're going to begin here by letting them speak for themselves to present their evil, wicked bill. And, yep. Now, during the last live stream, I had said that I was disappointed that so few views were on this. Well, that's actually just because it's the fix of the video. So the original version of the video has far more views on it. And so that was just a small error. And I just want to mention the correction real quick. Excuse me, I have no idea why my throat needs clearing today. But okay, where are we at here? I want to make sure the quality and playback speed are where I want them, make sure the screen share looks right, and then we'll get right to playing this. Okay, everything's looking right. Perfect. So I'll be commenting on this. I think the first clip is going to be the majority leader. And so we're going to begin by shaming him, even though he's not one of the main sponsors of the bill. Then we'll listen to a couple of the main sponsors and talk about a couple things, and then we'll look at the list of their names and read them all, and then we'll continue with video clips.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of House Bill 22-1279.
House Bill 1279 by Representatives Froelich and Esgar, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive health care decisions free from government interference.
Okay, I told you guys incorrectly. The thing I was thinking of is the beginning of the next hearing about it. And so these two women are two of the main sponsors. So we'll go ahead and listen to them, and then I'll elaborate on that in a couple of ways, and then we'll list all of the sponsors of this murderous bill, and then we will continue with watching video.
Go ahead and move the bill.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1279.
That's properly moved to the bill. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill does three things. It affirms that every individual has the fundamental right to choose or refuse contraception. Every individual who becomes pregnant has a fundamental right to choose to continue a pregnancy and give birth or to have an abortion. Fertilized eggs, embryos, and fetuses do not have independent rights under the laws of the state. Why now?
Okay, she's already being extremely deceptive because she said they do not have independent rights. The bill specifies they do not have independent rights or derivative rights, meaning that if a mother wants her child to live, the child has no rights derived from the mother. And so, even in that case, there's not a human rights obligation for doctors to try to save the child's life like there would be with a born person, because they have no derivative rights. So, no independent or derivative rights. So, she was just being very deceptive by saying only independent rights. It shows how much of a witch she is. And when it talks about in the Bible witches and witchcraft, it's not talking about like fictitious supernatural stuff. It's talking about women like this. Or it could be men like this, right? But they're evil spiritual scheming in order to harm others. That's witchcraft.
Well, simply, our rights are under attack. As of June 2021, 500 and
Actually, witchcraft can refer specifically to drugging people and using drugs to manipulate people. That's why originally you'd think of like stirring a cauldron of chemicals, right?
six pack. Why now? Well,
At least in the New Testament, the word is pharmakeia, as in pharmacy.
simply, and fetuses do not have independent rights under the laws of the state. Why now? Well, simply, our rights are under attack. As of June 2021, 561 abortion restrictions had been introduced that year in all but 3 states. 19 states have enacted 106 restrictions, including 12 abortion bans. And today, Texas Supreme Court upheld Senate Bill 8, and it has inspired at least 4 states to introduce copycat legislation. At its core, this bill is about our right to make private medical decisions. This affirms that people have the right to control their own bodies, lives, and futures.
Okay, so you could make the same argument that you could take just any group of people, let's say light-skinned people like myself, right? And you could say that because we have light skin and people have a right to control their own bodies, they should be allowed to punch us and beat us and stuff. Because one, there's a difference in our category, such as preborn or such as light skin. And two, because they have a right to control their own bodies. This argument is absurd. But also, there was something I specifically wanted to respond to here.
At its core, this bill is about our right to make private medical decisions.
Murder is not a medical decision. Now, this is something I'm going to try to say only once here, and that's that when in a medical situation, the child cannot be saved, they are treated carefully with, pain killing of whatever form, of various forms, in order to be careful and comfort them when they cannot be saved. Now, when they are murdered, they'll fill the woman's inside her womb with chemicals in order to torturously burn the child's skin and burn them until they maybe or maybe don't die. If they're too large to be sucked out through a vacuum tube, then they have to be ripped apart alive, limb for limb, and they're often in a state where they're completely feeling that and given, if they haven't already been killed by being torturously chemically burned to death, then they're now being tortured to death by having their limbs ripped off while they're still alive. And I don't know at what point they're likely to die, but eventually their skull's crushed, and it's safe to assume that they at least die at that point if they have not died before then. And so there's a huge difference between the medical of a child not being saved or a mother's life being chosen over the child if somehow, in a very rare cases, there is a requirement to make that choice. Just a huge difference between that, giving them medical care and not being able to save them, which is a medical circumstance in which a child dies, and it's sad, but it does happen. Or torturing babies to death, right? There's just no comparison. This is just ridiculous and absurd.
This affirms that people have the right to control their own bodies, lives, and futures. My beliefs, my boss's beliefs, my pastor's beliefs, my senator's beliefs have no place in private medical decisions.
Yeah, but the fact that murder is illegal is a simple fact. And a law like this just doesn't work, right? Murder is illegal and it is murder. And so this attempt to legislate to get around that is just a failure. The fact is that the sheriffs still owe to enforce murder laws for all humans, not just for the ones that they deem worthy, right? So when sheriffs act according to Roe v. Wade or according to a law like this, they're taking part in, it's a lynching of a form, right? It's a mob justice of a form. The law is still that murder is illegal, and this is still murder, and yet they have gotten together as a mob, and they're doing it through the governmental process, which I guess makes it different than a lynching in that sense. But yeah, I'm still willing to call it a lynching because the law is still that murder is illegal, right? It really is as simple as that. And there's no other factors involved. Humans are humans, murder is murder. That is the entirety of the discussion. And if we make the discussion bigger than that, then what we're doing is we're supporting their side of the argument. For instance, if an atheist is debating against the existence of God, they're not going to be like, I am not convinced by the fact that the King of Kings went to the cross and ascended to his heavenly throne, right? They're not going to refer to Christ's position as being at a heavenly throne. They're not going to refer to the Lord Christ as King of Kings. That would just be, oh, my internet seems to be struggling some. That would just be absurd, right? To just take up our language for their argument. But when we use the word abortion instead of murder, that's what we're doing. It would be like if someone arguing against the existence of God, instead of just saying Jesus and talking about him as a historical figure, if they said Lord of Lords, King of Kings during the argument, as if that's what they call him. They're not that stupid. Why are we being that stupid, right? And I'm being very passionate and emphatic right now because Brother CJ was just entertaining that level of stupidity. And I don't want to be so rude, but literally, while he's having that discussion with Michael, the Canadian atheist, there are babies being murdered legally while he's having that discussion and entertaining their language. And it's inexcusable. And, I understand where the Overton window is at, but CJ has a show called Unapologetics. He counts himself as one who is against the Overton window and fighting to shift it. But you're not going to fight to shift it from inside of it. In fact, this is an analogy I want to give. So we're going to do this real quick. And I'm going to change my screen share and give this analogy. We're just going to do this on the spot. Live here. And so, what I'm going to do is I'm going to paint a couple things a different color so you can see them better. So there we go. And then I'm going to move some things around so that they help my analogy better. So there we go. Now what we're doing here is we're making a box. This box represents the Overton window. And then I'm going to change the shape of this box some. I'm going to see if they have a 3D model for me that's useful for this. Maybe like a bulldozer. Okay, this will be sufficient. So then we have this bulldozer inside the box. Oh, and then I also need wheels. Okay, for wheels, I can just use a couple of circles real quick. So, whoops, I'm using 2D shapes. That's incorrect. So here we go. And then let's have a color that's visible. We'll use blue wheels. And just bear with me a moment here. This is really not taking very long. Copy, paste. I'll shrink those wheels down some for usefulness' sake. We'll spread them out a little more. And then we're going to put our box on top of the wheels. And so this box is on top of these wheels. And I know there's no axles to the wheels, but oh well. Oh. Yeah, that's not really... It's a pretty simple cartoon, but there we go. That looks enough like wheels on something. And so, from inside the Overton window, there is no level of pushing that is going to push this box. And, you know, the Overton window being an abstract thing, the wall is unbreakable in the analogy, right? So, now, if you from the right, which is the only side we can be on as Christians, we cannot be on the left. If from the right we are to pull from the actual ground the Overton window, then we can actually move it to the right. But then, but what's really going on is that the Democrats are here on the left pulling the Overton window to the left. And then we have the Republicans over here on the right pretending to be on a side that they're not actually on. And we've seen that clearly from the Daily Wire, etc. So I know it's not really in the right spot, but that's okay. Close enough. Here's how we can do it. Perfect. Now it's pushing it. So we have the Republicans on the right and the Democrats pushing it to the left, just like the Daily Wire, who say that the Bible is all about promoting homosexuality and that we should congratulate. I forgot what that guy's name is, but and let me just make sure the screen share is showing up here for you guys. Oh, it's way too small though. Okay. Let's there we go. So here's where we have the Daily Wire and the Republican Party for the most part, and here's where we have the Democrats. And then here's where we have CJ attempting from the inside to push it to the right. And why is he on the inside? Well, because he is using their terminology from inside the Overton window and doing absolutely no good spiritually in the spiritual battle whatsoever. And I'm choosing my words very carefully because this is important, right? And I refer to the spiritual battle because here we actually have them, the Republicans and such, while they're going very hard against the Bible and against God and against the truth, in order to keep us on their side, they're taking our most important issue, Roe versus Wade, and they're using that as bait for us. And I'm not saying that we should not be on their side on that topic, but I am saying that we should be aware of what's going on, and we should not be tricked into being on their side in general while they're lying about God and lying about the Bible and lying about the created order, right? And so from here inside the Overton window, using the word abortion, there is no pushing it to the right. And that's the analogy. There you go. And yeah, of course, the Democrats are pulling it to the left. So what CJ really needs to do is come out here, crush this false conservatism, do what he can to crush it so that then he can be on the ground. And as his wheels turn to the right, they'll be like squirted out from under, and then he'll get some traction. And then he can pull the Overton window and be in a tug of war against those who are pulling it to the left. But to do that, you have to be outside the Overton window. And in fact, the place where we actually have grip is not right there next to the Overton window. So you really need to, and that way you don't even have to crush these guys because you can just let them do their stupid thing, right? Because what you really need is you come over here and then you need to link up by a chain. So let me see. Well, actually, it should be more like taut, right? So let me draw. Come on, what's going on here? Apparently, I don't know how to finish one of these or something. Oh, no, it's just too much processing power. But anyway, let me draw more of a taut chain. So it's like taut as he pulls away. And then that would be more of a proper way to go about this and to pull the Overton window to the right. But from over here, you're not calling murder abortion. You're standing on God's truth. That's the only way for a Christian to fight this fight. And I understand that we need to edify and instruct because now we're going to have one more dump truck here or bulldozer. So this is the bulldozer of doing it the right way. Or it's more of a pusher, right? And then here, this one represents all the people inside the Overton window, and it's up to us to tell them, no, come join us here and attach to this chain with us. So that then there's more of us working together to pull it. And that's what I'm doing with Brother CJ. I'm trying to correct him according to God's truth. Now, he has a show called Unapologetics, and the whole point is playing on the term apologetics and misconceptions of what apologetics means and apology, right? And saying he's unapologetic. Well, if you're unapologetic, then stop using the word abortion. Simple as that. And that's actually, I do want to save this. Oh, not as template, though. That's going to cause me a lot of work, and it's too late to fix now. But that's okay. I'll just do the work. So, oh, okay. I hear you, Richard Neal. Good to see you. Thanks for coming by. And yeah. And so, Brother CJ, I hope that analogy is helpful. I'll make it its own video and I'll title it In Your Honor, which is a funny way to put it. But yeah, it is very, if you're going to have that show Unapologetics and you're going to be unapologetic about it, then live up to that title and what you mean by that title, right? I understand what you mean by it. And so I encourage you to live up to your own admonitions and your own exhortations, which is calling people to your side in doing things in an unapologetic way. And now I'm ahead of you on that, and I'm calling you to my side to do things the right way. And I mean this in the most constructive, loving way, And of course, on the topic of babies being murdered, I am going to be more passionate and animated, a little bit less calm, but hopefully I have sounded very honest and not angry or anything like that. And because I told him in an email that I don't know if he had time to read it yet because he didn't respond at all. So I think maybe he didn't have time to read it yet because I asked him to give at least a short response. But I told him that if I cannot expect at least him an apologia to stop using the word abortion, then we're in a spiritually very dire situation. And while I'm on the topic, just momentarily, like Megan Basham, I've been hearing less about her lately. But after Andrew Klavan was used by the Daily Wire to do propaganda against Christianity, they were really at risk of kind of losing Christians. And so they used Megan Basham as bait. Now, Megan Basham over there, she does awesome work. But that work is bait. And really, we should just do our awesome work ourselves. And we should do such a good job that God promotes us in a powerful way. And then we should not take the bait. And if Megan Basham wants to do awesome work without being a lure on a hook so that we can appreciate her work more, then she needs to go elsewhere than Daily Wire. Daily Wire have proven to be enemies of God, enemies of the truth, and enemies of conservatism. And so the battlefield's getting so hairy because the people that most of us think are our main fighters are actually enemy spies in the camp. So it's a very dangerous situation that I'm calling Christian men to be aware of and to step up to. So the fight is very important, but let's get more on topic and stay more on topic. And that was a point that I've been thinking about that is very relevant. So just for the record, I don't really expect that we'll be on tangents a whole bunch. That should be probably the only big tangent. So now let's continue more focused on the topic. So I'll let them start over with what they're saying. I made some comments earlier, so well, how short is this part? It goes on. Oh, this actual part only goes on for just a couple more minutes, so I'll let them finish while I commentate, and then I'll replay this because this is their main summary introduction of the bill. And I'll replay it without any commentary so you can listen in full because it's short enough to do that. Let's continue.
And I ask for a yes vote.
Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, reproductive health care is vital health care for every individual to be able to make their own decisions about.
And I'll mention again, since I paused it before, torturing babies to death is not the same as when they can't be saved in a healthcare situation. And this term healthcare is simply a lie. They are of their father, the devil, who does murders and lies. And I'll have a screen share for that in just a moment.
About what's best for themselves and their family, including whether to get an abortion in consultation with their healthcare providers. No one should have their most personal medical decisions controlled by politicians, neighbors, or even complete strangers. But that's exactly what's happening across the country. With the Supreme Court taking up not one, but two direct challenges to Roe v. Wade this year, it has never been more critical that we protect abortion rights for Coloradans and the region. Let me be very clear.
Okay, murder is murder. And humans are humans and crimes are crimes. Oh, good to see you, Brother Edwin. And I see that Richard is still here at the moment, so that's cool. But now it's, murder is murder and crimes are crimes, and that's pretty simple. And humans are humans.
This bill simply takes what is status quo right now in Colorado.
Oh, yeah, and the other thing I want to mention is that, now that we have the Roe v. Wade leak, we see how tactically important this whole matter was for them to pass this law so that they can effectuate legalized murder regardless of the overturning of Roe v. Wade in Colorado. Which is why we're at a key political moment where it is especially important to shame these Colorado lawmakers who want babies murdered. And let me unpause it.
And puts it into statute, solidifying the rights to choose. We're not adding any new access points. We're not adding anything new to our laws.
Well, to say that preborn humans have no independent or derivative rights, so they have no rights even derived from their mother, even if their mother wants them, they still have no derivative rights, and that's kind of a moot point, right? Like, who really cares about their human rights based on whether or not their mother wants them. Their human rights are because they are human. It's as simple as that.
To simply saying what happens in Colorado right now will continue to happen
Oh,
as
here we
long
go.
as we can. The danger is the patchwork of healthcare that is going to happen across the U.S. shall Roe v. Wade fall. What's even scarier is the patchwork that could happen if Colorado does not protect themselves right now. Municipalities and counties can create their own ideas of what a right to choose looks like. The time is now. We must move today. We must pass this bill to make sure that anyone who wants to become pregnant or anyone who wishes to not be pregnant has that right to make that decision with themselves and their medical provider without.
Yeah, rape is already illegal, so women already have the legal right to make this decision for themselves. And even for married women, it is illegal for their husbands to rape them, and that is a crime. Now, it should be punishable by death, but unfortunately, it's not because they don't really care that much about women. But yeah, it is a crime. And the whole point here, and I'll mention real quick, when people try to say, well, pro-life womb to tomb, well, what pro-life womb to tomb is that murder is illegal from womb to tomb. It's as simple as that. That's what pro-life womb to tomb is. Now, the reason we focus on in the womb is because that's the only place where murder is legalized. And so that's the only place where there's a fight that really has to be fought right now. But you know, that day is probably changing soon. We know that assisted suicide, as far as I know, requires the consent of the one committing suicide, but that's actually a thing now, and that's a problem that we have to deal with. Another problem we have to deal with is the cryogenic freezing of preborn babies, where or what they call them, embryos at that stage. But if it's on a case-by-case basis, cryogenically freezing one of them in the hope of saving them, like maybe someone who can get pregnant but is unable to see the pregnancy all the way through, then if you're going to cryogenically freeze them and attempt to save their life, then that may be acceptable. But if you're cryogenically freezing a bunch of babies just to hold them in freezing to have them as a financial marketable asset, that is not okay. And that is the next front that we have to deal with here. And that's going to be a much harder thing to deal with, because these are, a lot of times that's because people want to have children. And so it's not really about a murderous heart, right? And so that is going to be much more complex and nuanced to deal with. But those people matter, and it is something that we need to address as soon as we can. You know, it's not easy to address. So there's a lot going on out there. There really is.
Without interference from anyone else. This is about freedom, and this is about liberty. We ask for an yes vote.
Well, on a bigotrous basis, right? So I have light skin, so maybe brother Edwin, whose skin is a bit darker than mine, maybe he could be a bigot against me and say it's okay to kill me because of our difference in skin tone, right? Or especially a lot of our brothers who have much darker skin tone. Well, that's just absurd and evil and bigotous, right? If you're human, you have human rights. And so these women are extremely disgusting witches, and I hate to have to say it, but there's no other way to speak in a justifiable manner on this topic at this point. And there we go. I think that made this a little bit of a better fit, and I can navigate the screen better. Nice. But okay, so we're going to listen to them in full in just a moment, and then we're going to continue to shame them a bit more directly and to shame a lot more people. But first, I got to share a really awesome post from a really awesome brother. And a lot of people don't really know this brother's channel, so I'm going to put the link to this in the side chat. This is his... Here, can I go to a link specifically to this post? Yes, I can. Okay. So I'm going to link this post in the side chat. And this brother, oh, I don't remember his name off the top of my head. I only hear it pretty rarely. I'm sorry, I don't remember your name, dear brother. But somebody for Christ. And this is probably too many characters, but let's find out. Okay, it did fit. So here is the link. Community posts have longer, annoying links, but that's okay. No big deal. And then we're going to look at his post right here. So I shared this on Facebook and with a lot of my own things to say on it. And oh, here, let's widen this. That's the perfect fit. There we go. So, okay, this is the biggest it'll show the picture. So here is the picture. And I don't know if he made this meme or if it's being passed around. I didn't ask him. But it says, "You are of your father, the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning." And here is the Satanic Temple has put up this billboard. I don't know how recently. It's being talked about a lot recently because this is the hot topic. And they may have put it up recently because this is the hot topic. But they're claiming pregnancy complications are the 6th most common cause of death among women between the ages of 20 and 34. And maybe it is, but very few women die during that age range. And so, yeah, I don't really know what their point is supposed to be there because, you know, if you know anything about reality, people die and that's part of reality. But if there's anything worth dying for, it's attempting to bring life into the world, right? And so I guess they're assuming that everybody reading the billboard are extreme cowards. But so they say abortions save lives. Well, that's of course absurd because even if the child is unable to be saved, they're treated carefully in the process if it's a medical matter. So when it's a quote unquote abortion, that is murder and they typically torture them to death. I talked about that in detail earlier, so I'll move on. Now, the Satanic Temple is saying here, our religious abortion ritual averts many state restrictions. Now, I don't know what they're talking about because where there is separation of church and state for sure is that you're not allowed to use your religion to justify crimes. And so they're just being really stupid, but the Satanic Temple are always really stupid. But I do like that, the Satanic Temple are opposing us because then when people want to act like it might be kind of virtuous, it's really showing how not virtuous it is. So more power to them. So somebody for Christ said, it is excellent news that we may soon recognize the intentional killing of the unborn as murder in this country. Ironically enough, our next verses to cover are John 8:42 through 44, which read as follows. You are of your father, the devil, and you want to do the desires of your father. He was a murderer from the beginning and does not stand in the truth because there is no truth in him. Whenever he speaks a lie, he speaks from his own nature, for he is a liar and the father of lies. And he continues, I've recently seen pro-choice advocates using lots of Orwellian doublespeak, even going as far as to say abortion save lives. Of course, this makes no sense at all if you simply address the claim from a logical standpoint. However, when you remember that those who have hardened themselves to the gospel have become children of the devil, and that the nature of the devil is to lie and to love death and murder, it actually makes perfect sense that such people would deploy absurd and deceptive slogans in order to keep the killing completely legal. By the way, did you see who posted this billboard? The Satanic Temple. Need I say more? On the plus side, at least some positive things are happening in our world. Praise God for his mercy and patience. God bless you all. And then eventually down here, I mentioned to him, I quoted my Facebook post, what I said about it. So rather than risk showing personal stuff of random people, which pops up on Facebook everywhere, I'm going to quote it from here, which will be much easier because I didn't prepare to show this. So here it is, where I told him what my post says. So I showed his meme, or the meme that he posted, the one that we just looked at, and this is what I put in the Facebook post. You are of your father the devil, and you want to do the desires of your father. He was a murderer, and I actually used the translation that somebody for Christ used, some body for Christ, rather than the translation I would normally use. Now, you guys might hear some background noise because someone is mowing the lawn right now, but that won't go on much. And my microphone, you have to be pretty close to it, so you shouldn't hear it too bad. So I'm just going to keep rolling with it. Anyway, so you are of your father the devil, and you want to do the desires of your father. He was a murderer from the beginning and does not stand in the truth, because there is no truth in him. Whenever he speaks a lie, he speaks from his own nature, for he is a liar and the father of lies. Then I offered a link to his post, and I wrote, when children are murdered in the womb, they are tortured to death. Often they are chemically burned to death slowly over the course of hours. Often they survive that torture, and they are killed by being removed from their needed home. And often they are big enough that they need to be ripped apart limb for limb and their skulls crushed. Sometimes the child is already dead when ripped apart, but often their little limbs are ripped off of them while they are still alive. When a child cannot be saved, for whatever reason, they are treated with care and offered comfort. Murdering a child is completely different from being unable to save a child. Any mothers out there, excluding if you have murdered all of your children, who would murder your own children in order to save your own life? And so I didn't really do my punctuation correct there, but I think the point gets across because of the question mark at least. So I'm asking the mothers out there, excluding mothers who have murdered every single one of their children, who would murder your own children in order to save your own life? If so, then maybe you are also satanic. Men, sex outside of marriage is to risk your child being murdered without you even knowing it. Sex outside of marriage is abusive to women and is destroying society and is unacceptable behavior by any decent standard. Got decency? And so, yeah, that's my brutal post because I'm a total brute. Now let's get this entirely on the screen at once. You are of your father the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning. And now let's show some women who are of their father the devil, who are murderers. These women again. So we'll listen to them again without interruption. And then we are going to look a little closer at their shame. And then we're going to move on to more video review.
This is about
Introduce
Now
Discussion
that
on
man who was just on the screen was
50
on our side.
The ayes, please read the title of
pretty
House Bill
decent man as far as I can tell.
22-1279.
I'm going to mute my microphone so you guys aren't annoyed if you hear the background noise.
House Bill 1279 by Representatives Froelich and Esgar, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive health care decisions free from government interference.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move House Bill 1279.
That's properly moved to the bill. Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, this bill does three things. It affirms that every individual has the fundamental right to choose or refuse contraception. Every individual who becomes pregnant has a fundamental right to choose to continue a pregnancy and give birth or to have an abortion. Fertilized eggs, embryos, and fetuses do not have independent rights under the laws of the state.
The actual bill says they do not have independent or derivative rights. So that will be my one interruption because that was serious deception.
Why now? Well, simply, our rights are under attack. As of June 2021, 561 abortion restrictions had been introduced that year in all but 3 states. 19 states have enacted 106 restrictions, including 12 abortion bans. And today,
I know I said I wouldn't interrupt, but only abortion bans count for anything, right? Murder is murder. Humans are humans. Partial measures are to be on their side. There's only two sides. There's not three sides. The murderers, the ones who are against murder, and then those who are somewhere in between. There's two sides. You're either on the murdering side of Satan or you're on the side of the truth. And okay, I'll let them continue.
Texas Supreme Court upheld Senate Bill 8, and it has inspired at least 4 states to introduce copycat legislation. At its core, this bill is about our right to make private medical decisions. This affirms that people have the right to control their own bodies, lives, and futures. My beliefs, my boss's beliefs, my pastor's beliefs, my senator's beliefs have no place in private medical decisions. And I ask for a yes vote.
Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, reproductive health care is vital health care for every individual to be able to make their own decisions about what's best for themselves and their family, including whether to get an abortion in consultation with their healthcare providers. No one should have their most personal medical decisions controlled by politicians, neighbors, or even complete strangers. But that's exactly what's happening across the country. With the Supreme Court taking up not one, but 2 direct challenges to Roe v. Wade this year, it has never been more critical that we protect abortion rights for Coloradans and the region. Let me be very clear. This bill simply takes what is status quo right now in Colorado and puts it into statute, solidifying the rights to choose. We're not adding any new access points. We're not adding anything new to our laws. This is simply saying what happens in Colorado right now will continue to happen as long as we can. The danger is the patchwork of healthcare that is going to happen across the U.S. shall Roe v. Wade fall. What's even scarier is the patchwork that could happen if Colorado does not protect themselves right now. Municipalities and counties can create their own ideas of what a right to choose looks like. The time is now. We must move today. We must pass this bill to make sure that anyone who wants to become pregnant or anyone who wishes to not be pregnant has that right to make that decision with themselves and their medical provider without interference from anyone else. This is about freedom and this is about liberty. We ask for a yes vote.
Okay, so obviously that was pretty ridiculous. Trying to define human rights by way of legislation is obviously a change. It's not no change. If there was no change, then there would be no reason to do this. So it's just absurd on the face of it. Now, I'm going to show something very disturbing here. Now, it's not graphic or gory or anything. I can't really stand graphic gore, especially when it comes to young children. And so I'm not one to show those images. Now I understand how that's important, but I don't need to see it. And I'm a speaker of spirit and ideas. And it conveys ideas. And right. So anyway, I just can't bear to see it and I can't bear to show it. As simple as that. But here's what's disturbing. Here is that same woman, and this is the thumbnail that comes up. And this was less than a month later, according to these numbers here. I don't know if they skip weekends, so maybe it was about a month later. And then if we click here,
Majority Leader Esgar.
I don't know who the other woman is. It would take too long to find out, so her name might be on the list. Actually, it won't necessarily take too long to find out. Let's find out, because if she should be shamed too, then it's good that we're showing her face and we can shame her based on that.
Please close the machine. Mr.
Or
Shebel, please read the
shame her
title
through the
to House
showing
Bill
of her face,
1153.
right?
House Bill 1153 by Representatives Tipper and Esgar, also Senators Bridges and Moreno, concerning affirming parentage by adoption for a person who did not give birth when the child is conceived as a result of assisted reproduction.
Majority Leader Esgar,
Wait, what was this?
Person by Rep.
please read the title. Please close the machine.
I didn't realize there's going to
Mr.
be so
Shebel,
much on
please
topic.
read the title to House Bill 1153.
House Bill 1153 by Representatives Tipper and Esgar, also Senators Bridges and Moreno, concerning affirming parentage by adoption for a person who did not give birth when the child is conceived as a result of assisted reproduction.
Majority Leader Esgar,
Thank you, Ms.
I don't even know what that means, but I think assisted reproduction. Is this surrogate parenting? I don't know what this is. So, okay, so Esgar is the woman on the right. So the other woman must be Tipper. So let's find out if she is on the list, if Tipper is on the list. So now is a perfect time to look at the list of names. We've done this before. We're doing it again because these people are a disgrace to humanity. They're a disgrace to what is acceptable. They're a disgrace to themselves. They are witches and a blight. So it just simply says an act. So this is the House bill for mass murder, favoring mass murder. So Fraulich and Esgar are the two women we just saw. They are representatives. Senator Gonzalez is also one of the main sponsors, but she's a senator, so we're going to see her later in a different hearing. And then we're looking for Tipper. There she is right there. So we'll go ahead and read all the names. So Fraulich and Esgar. Amabile, Bacon. So all these are mass murderers. You know, they need a Nuremberg trial kind of a thing to go on, and then to be given the death penalty. That is what is properly due. Fraulich and Esgar. Amabile, Bacon, Benavides, Bernay, Bird, Boisnecker, Caravejo, Cutter, Doherty, Duran, Exum, Garnet, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray, Herod, fitting name for someone who's murdering babies, the last name Herod, Houghton, Jodet, Kennedy, Kip, Lindsay, Lontine, McCluskey, and we're going to see her behaving ridiculously later. McCormick, McLaughlin, Michelson, Janae, Molika, Ortiz, and Ortiz, I thought he's going to be in the Senate hearing. I guess not. So I guess he is a representative. That guy is a joke. Ricks, Roberts, Sirota, Snyder, Sullivan, Tipper. That's one of the women we just saw on camera. The one we were not seeing in both clips. The one we saw in both clips was Esgar. Titone, A. Valdez. So there's multiple Valdezes. So this is the one whose first name begins with an A. Weissman, Woodrow, Young, D. Valdez. And then senators, Gonzalez, who is one of the main sponsors, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Danielson, Fenberg, Fields, Ginal, Hansen, Henriksen, Jacques Lewis, Kolker, Lee, Peterson, Rodriguez, Story, Winter, Zenzinger, Donovan, and Moreno. And so these people are mass murderers, and they deserve to be shamed. And I could have made their names quite a bit bigger. Well, not quite a bit bigger, but a little bit bigger. But there we go. These people are mass murderers. They deserve to be shamed, and that's why we're here shaming them, because the debate is over. We're at the point of needing to take proper actions, such as shaming these people. And of course, we did honor the good lawmakers already in a previous episode, so we're doing things in due order and covering our bases. So, it's pretty horrifying to see women who are promoting the mass murder of babies, holding babies for political clout to like make a political point. So here are their disgusting faces. I mean, it's not that they're, physically ugly looking women, but their faces shine the countenance of who they are, and these are disgusting faces that are faces which deserve the death penalty. And then these children, should be adopted by good Christian homes. Amen. And so, let's see. And now what I don't mean is, obviously, they should be adopted after the death penalty according to... Actually, they wouldn't need to be adopted because I think these women probably have husbands who would still be the parents. But it would be nice if they would put the children up for adoption so that they could be adopted by good Christian homes. But I'm not talking about going crazy with theocracy or something. So let me be a bit careful there. Now, I mentioned that Ortiz is absurd or whatever I said exactly. Let's just get this out of the way and go ahead and hear from Ortiz for a minute here. So here is that man. And he's going to talk about some things that for him, these things are absurd to talk about.
This one is particularly special for a lot of reasons. We both flew the same airframe, the OH-58D, the Kiowa Warrior. I didn't know.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't know Scott personally. Our services never overlap, but this one is particularly special for a lot of reasons. We both flew the same airframe, the OH-58D, the Kiowa Warrior. And in order to understand Scott a little bit, you kind of have to understand what that airframe is and what it means. Because just like in the houses of Harry Potter, every airframe attracts a certain type of individual. It chooses you. It was one of the only single-engine airframes in the Army's arsenal. We hardly ever flew with doors on. We would engage with the wide array of weapons ranging from a 50 cal, 2.75 Hydro rockets, Hellfire to M4 out the door if we needed precision strikes and to prevent civilian casualties.
So there's a good chance that my friend who was in charge of a helicopter, I think it was perhaps the same airframe, just hearing some vague details here, but I could be mistaken about that. So he would have been the engineer of a similar. So there you go.
We were scrappers, and we viewed ourselves that way. Not to mention that the tradition of the Kiowa is steeped in air cavalry, which is steeped in the cavalry, which, if you don't know, has a lot of its own traditions around working hard, training hard, fighting hard, but also playing hard. Those individuals that you serve with in the cavalry become your brothers and sisters because you...
And he's a disgrace to his brothers and sisters then. And that's why this is so absurd. Like, what good is it to go and fight war and become crippled to supposedly defend the rights, the human rights of the humans back home in your nation, and then promote the mass murder of the youngest, most vulnerable humans in your society? This is just an absolute contradiction, an irony, and a disgrace. And he, the Marxists are trying to take over our military and all that. And so I just wanted to highlight this side of things as part of all this shaming, right? Because, look, I'm not going to say, well, let's honor him on one hand and shame him on the other hand. He has chosen to be a mass murderer of babies, and that's going way too far. So then, let's get the next. Go ahead and close that. I won't be using it again. And then, oh, I said, so let's just show these two women's faces again real quick. We just heard them. They're two of the three main sponsors of the bill. And then we are going to go further into shaming them here. So a lot of this is repeat, in the sense that I did some of this shaming of them at a different time. But we're going to go further into hearing more of their testimony, of the shameful testimony is the difference this time around of people who are on the list that I read a moment ago. So there's Meg Fraulich, there's Danae Esgar, and Julie Gonzalez is going to come up. Now, that's not what she actually looks like, but I guess that's neither here nor there. So, these are the prime sponsors of the bill. So let's give them prime shaming out of respect, right? They are choosing to do what they're choosing to do, and we should respect their choice, right? Pro-choice does not mean you get to choose to murder. Pro-choice is to be pro-liberty, and they have the liberty of freedom of speech, and they have the liberty to do what they want to do in office. Now, I've got to say that when it comes to that being mass murder, we know that when leaders of nations commit mass murder, that we then eventually put them on trial and give them death penalties. And so that's what these women have in store for them. Unless they use the position they're in and start to try to fight as much as they can to fix what they have done wrong and to instead do what is right. And it's not too late. They're still in office and they can still, yeah, and if they were even after they're out of office to eventually repent, so long as they put a lot of effort, even from outside of office, into doing their best to undo what they did, using their voices and all that, then I would want judges to take that into consideration and perhaps have mercy on them, right? Now, if they're doing it as political expediency after they can already see that the death penalty is coming, then that would be a different thing. We've got to be kind of careful. But point is that these women are witches, a complete disgrace and a complete shame. And that's just the way it is. And it's terrible that murder is so popular that we have to partake in these sorts of activities of shaming women, right? But that's what it's come to, because murdering babies is absolutely unacceptable. And this is also why, like, I'd rather be shaming men, but men have abdicated, whatever the role is exactly. I think it's abdicate with an I. Fail to fulfill or undertake. Yeah, they have abdicated their duties. And so now here we are shaming women because men have let these women take the bullets for them, which is a shame and a disgrace. And we as Christian men should avoid letting that happen. And we should guard our sisters with love and courage. Amen. Excuse me. Yeah, no one wants to see me tickling my nose or, getting a tickle off my nose. So let me continue here. Okay. So now we've done pretty much everything. Yeah, we've done everything that is outside just watching them give testimony and maybe reviewing it some. But I don't intend necessarily to speak too much review because so much of it will just be redundant, or if I do, I'll try to make my interjections very quick and snippy. So let me get the screen share up. I've got it well prepared. Okay, now, so we're going to do a lot of fast forwarding and skipping around. Now, there's not much testimony from the villains because they have no leg to stand on, so they don't really have much to say. Most of the testimony is from people who are in the right, who have a lot to say. And so Let's go ahead and hear Esgar give the first and one of the main testimonies on the matter. This is going to require some patience because it's going to be stupid, and she's probably going to go on for a number of minutes. Actually, she keeps it very short. Yeah, that's one thing, is they keep it very short because they have no support for themselves. It looks like my internet's doing really badly. I'm going to have to go reset my router. Yeah, who knows how much of this is coming out poorly. I know it looks like I don't even have anyone in the audience to let me know. Okay, it generally looks like it's been working, but I'm still going to reset my router before the live stream gets ruined. So what I'll... Okay, well, I can't really share it while my router is resetting, right? Because I won't have it to share. If I had someone else here with me, they could share it, and then that would keep the stream going while I'm gone. Does there happen to be anyone inside chat who would be willing to jump in and do a screen share? If so, speak up quickly and you can help me out. And I think there's very little chance of that. So this is just going to have to be the way it is for the moment in order to not risk a whole like hour or more or whatever going on. I'm just going to reset my router real quick. It'll take about 5 minutes, unfortunately. So resetting my router, about 5 minutes. Okay, I don't know why I put resetting my router in all caps. I don't even know if I know how to spell resetting. I don't think I'm getting any spell check here. Okay, I do. Good. Setting my router. Okay, I'll comment that and then I'll put that comment on screen. There we go. So pardon me. I will go ahead and start what we're looking at, and you guys will see a little bit of it for just a moment here. And then at some point, it's just going to do a hard cutoff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To say that this bill is being driven by fear, I'm not going to deny that. Women across the United States are living in fear right now. Texas Senate Bill 8 passed. Many women don't even know that they're pregnant by 6 weeks. And if something were to happen and they wanted an abortion after 6 weeks,
Okay, I'm back. So, I had a moment to think while I was gone. I took that as a good opportunity for a restroom break, um, which did make it a little bit longer than necessary because when I came back and checked the router, it was already ready. But excuse me, I have no idea what's going on with my throat. Maybe there's a forest fire out there somewhere, but just give me a moment. Okay, I'm back. So, what I realized thinking about what she said, well, what I realized is that I think the next step that we need to take, in addition to no longer using the word abortion, so I really appreciate Apologia and I appreciate End Abortion Now. And I really appreciate that they insist on abolition because murder is murder and humans are humans. But um, using the word abortion, I talked earlier about why I think that is such a weak and unacceptable tactic. And so they really need to, maybe criminalize murder would be a good name, or murder is murder would be a good name, or humans are humans would be a good name, something like that. End abortion now. That would be sort of like if the Marxists were like dethrone the King of Kings. Well, they don't actually believe that he's the King of Kings, right? Like we don't actually believe that murder is merely bringing an end to a process. Um, if there's a way to for a woman to end her pregnancy process where there are no victims, and that includes whether they're murder victims or whether they're victims of being cryogenically frozen for non-medical reasons. A medical reason would be to save that person's life, or any other form of abuse, right? As long as there's no victims, then there's no problem with letting women end their pregnancy. The only problem is the part where it's murder or some other form of abuse. And so I don't care about ending abortion. I care about ending legalized murder. Now, I care about ending all murder, but I understand that people are able to murder and people are sinful, so we cannot end all murder. But what we can do is we can make all murder illegal, right? And all murder already is illegal, which gets to my point. Perfect segue. So, my point here is that it's come time to prosecute sheriffs who are not enforcing murder laws because they've been convinced that other laws are giving them justification to not enforce these murder laws. Sheriffs need to be closing down murder mills. Um, Whoever is in charge of whether or not places are allowed to be in business need to be not allowing these places in business, right? So it's like if you don't keep up to health code, your restaurant can be put out of business. Well, if you're a murder mill and what you're doing is murdering people, then you need to be put out of business. So we really need to be calling for these people to do their job, especially when it comes to the most vulnerable, most innocent people that we have in all society. I mean, once, toddlers start doing evil for evil reasons, right? The law comes in, sin comes in. Paul said he was alive once without the law, but then the law came in and sin came in and he died. And in that, these are basically the only innocent people in all of society. I think babies, when they're young enough, are also pre sin. And I also think, you know, when God holds them accountable for that. Um, I don't think there's a specific age for it, but according to what Paul wrote, it does seem that God knows the heart, and He knows when the heart becomes accountable. And I think that is, it's not explicitly addressed in Scripture, but it does seem to be taught if we're looking carefully at it. So point being, these are just about the only innocent people we have, and they're just about the only people we're not protecting, you know? Um, and so we can begin by doing a good job of appealing to these people who need to be properly enforcing murder laws and not letting people play weird games to convince them to not enforce murder laws, right? So we want to begin by appealing to them and giving them an opportunity to do what's right and doing a good job at that. And that requires a big team effort, right? Um, I don't know exactly how to go about that. Hopefully, my platform will grow as I become more of an expert and I make my content better curated for audiences. And then with more of a platform, I might be able to do something more powerful, right? Maybe through Jeremy, I can work with him some, and he's connected with Jeff Durbin and all that, and I can be an influence on people who do have a bigger platform. But yeah, we really do, you know, right now, End Abortion Now are on like the cutting edge of addressing these matters the best we can, but they're using the euphemism abortion, and they would probably find what I'm saying right now about how to encourage people to actually enforce the laws, right? And then even using things like lawsuits and stuff. We need lawyers to help us with this on behalf, not lawsuits for like, well, I'm a father and, you know, I had sex outside of marriage, or my wife got an abortion without my permission. And you see, I just used the euphemism, but my wife murdered our child without my permission, right? And so I want to sue over that. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about on behalf of the murder victims, taking people to court. And so they do talk about local government and appealing to your local sheriff and things like that. And so yeah, we've got to keep moving forward, right? We definitely don't want to be held back in the place where we're using their euphemism, where even though they have 0 debate points and they've had 0 debate points all these years, we keep entertaining them in debate when they have 0 debate points. It's absurd on the face of it. Plus, it's disrespectful to our fellow humans. Like brother CJ, I know I'm calling him out, but I have high expectations for him, and I really hope that he'll take correction and step up, because if he won't, then who will, But brother CJ over there at the synagogue and the synagogue news, I'm just gonna type the name of it inside chat for people. I don't want to take time to grab the link and bog down the stream. But yeah, and I do recommend him. This is one point where I just think he is negligent on. And I see you there, Peter. I'm just trying not to bog down my stream. I'm glad you're here. So oh yeah, he literally said something about man, he asked a really disgusting question, and so I'm gonna see if I can, if his video has been finished long enough for the side chat to be accessible yet, so that if it is, no, the side chat's not accessible yet, so I can't read my quote. Oh, that's too bad. I can't remember what I said, but anyway, yeah, when the YouTube video switches from being live, it takes some time for the side chat to become available with it. But he asked some question regarding the humanity of preborn babies or something like that. So then I asked the same question, except instead of referring to preborn babies, I referred to dark-skinned people. And then I said, what a disgusting question. And then I said, why is Siege, I call him Siege, he's a good brother of mine. I said, why is Siege asking disgusting questions, right? And like, if the debate's not over now, it will never be over. And if the debate is never over, then it's debatable. And so some people can go ahead and murder humans because it's debatable. So at some point we have to say, look, if the debate is not over now, it's never going to be over. And we are past that time. The debate is over. Murder is murder. Humans are humans. And you're just slowing down what we need to do if you're entertaining the debate. And if you're entertaining the euphemism, you're really an anchor helping to keep them in place. While you think you're fighting against them, you're not. And that's on a spiritual level. So on a political level, we see that with the changing of Roe v. Wade and with what End Abortion Now do, that they're doing well on the political level. But they really need, End Abortion Now need to change their name. They need to not use the euphemism. They could just change it to End Murder Now. That would be a very good name change, right? End Murder Now. Or criminalize murder now. That would be a good way to say it. That's probably the perfect name they should have. In fact, I'll type it inside chat and then screen share it. I'll use quotes. Criminalize murder now. In fact, I'm just going to put it like that. .com. It's not a real website. So there's spaces in it and stuff because it's not a real website, but that should be the name of the website, criminalizemurdernow.com. And spiritually, you know, we have, and they have symbols of death, skulls and stuff on their canteen and on their laptops and stuff. And that's another problem in the spiritual fight. Either you're fighting against death while you're waving the flag of death on your canteens and on your laptops. We're a spiritual people and we understand it's a spiritual fight. You know who else understands it's a spiritual fight? The Marxists. And they are doing better at taking spirituality into consideration than Christians on our own side are doing. And that is to our shame. As Paul said to the Corinthians twice in the letter of 1 Corinthians, I write this to your shame. This is to our shame. And I have to say our shame because we're one body. So when they fight well, I get to glory in their glories. And when they do something that's a bit shameful, then I get to shame in their shame. And that's okay. I am glad to shame in the shame of true brothers and sisters in the gospel. I am glad to bear burdens with them, but it is what it is, and we need to speak into it and edify and exhort and admonish and do the things we need to do. And so I'm not trying to throw any hate. I'm trying to fight the fight in a real way, right? Amen. So with that, let's continue with the review. So I'm going to start over where she was at because I reset my router. So far, it looks like resetting my router did really well. I think there's someone else who is on a very similar frequency nearby because I'll have like full service, but I'll also get full reception from their service all the time. And so right now I get less reception from them than from myself. So that probably explains why my internet's doing well. So I think they're on a similar frequency and they interfere with my wireless. But I live with other people and I don't pay for the internet, so I'm not in a position to fix it, unfortunately. I have talked to them about it and I can talk to them about it some more, but I digress.
Majority Leader Esgar.
So Esgar here, this man is on our side. He's a decent man. But Esgar here is one of the main sponsors of the bill, which if you know, I said a lot about that in the first hour and a half of the live stream. So we're just going to plow forward here.
Majority Leader Esgar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To say that this bill is being driven by fear, I'm not going to deny that. Women across the United States are living in fear right now. Texas Senate Bill 8 passed. Many women don't even know that they're pregnant by 6 weeks. And if something were to happen and they wanted an abortion after 6 weeks, they would not be able to get one. There's a bill right now.
What she meant to say was if they wanted to murder their own child when the child was 6 weeks old or more, they wouldn't be able to murder their own child. So this goes into like when they say that, murdering children will be more dangerous if it's illegal. Well, good, right? I mean, no one wants murder to be safe. We want murder to be more and more dangerous. that is one of the goals, right, of criminalizing murder, is that then it becomes more and more dangerous to murder, and there's less and less incentive to murder, and there's more and more incentive to not murder. So it is what it is. Like, we have to have mercy and grace and sympathy for murder victims, especially ones who are defenseless and voiceless and innocent.
Now being talked about in Montana that would make ectopic pregnancy. You could not treat an ectopic pregnancy without going to jail. These are real decisions that are being made by politicians across the US that impact a woman's body.
Okay, I'm going to look up what ectopic pregnancy is. Now, what I'm guessing is that this is actually not true, that they're in a Marxist way reading into. Begins with a fertilized egg. Apparently, it can be dangerous. Let's see. I'll go ahead and screen share what I'm looking at here. Boop, boop. That's the search. There we go. This is the website itself. So let me see. Pregnancy begins with a fertilized egg. Normally, it attaches to the uterus lining. An ectopic pregnancy occurs when a fertilized egg implants and grows outside the main cavity of the uterus. Yeah, so if in a medical matter to save a woman's life from an ectopic pregnancy, if they're unable to save the woman's life in a way that saves the child's life, then during an attempt to save life and do a medical procedure, a child might die because they're not able to save everyone's life. That has nothing to do with the topic of murdering children. It has nothing to do with what they call abortion, right? In such a case, treating it medically, the child is going to be handled with care and given comfort, even if in the end of that, the result is that they die. Now, it's tragic, but these are parts of reality. Some people like to oversimplify the debate, and they say, there's never a case where you have to choose between the mother and the child, this and that. Well, no, there's never a case where that's the same thing as quote unquote abortion. Now, I described earlier how they torture children to death when they murder them. And my internet is giving me problems again. So I bet that internet signal from the other guy has gone up. No, it hasn't. Well, it's not good. Anyway, I don't know what's going on. But yeah, so I described earlier the details of this matter. But yeah, no one is saying that there's no such thing as medical procedures that don't save everybody's life. So this is just dishonest on her part and irrelevant and not actually true. So let's continue to listen. Here we go. Sorry, there we go.
Taking away her choice, her ability to make her own medical decisions with her healthcare provider and herself and her families if she chooses.
Yeah, so in this case, that would be a medical decision, and there is a distinction between medicine and murder, and it should be an obvious distinction. I don't know if this woman is actually this deluded or if she is just this much of a deceiver deliberately, but I know she's not this stupid, right? Delusion is not the same thing as stupidity.
There are a lot of things happening across the US. You want to talk about the will of the Colorado voters. Would they appreciate this bill? Proposition 115 in 2020.
Okay, the will of the Colorado voters. Now, that's an interesting topic, and that's going to be the next two episodes of this series. One is the Colorado people have asserted my humanity. Let's hear them is the next episode of this series. And it might have to be multiple episodes because there are so many hours of people giving beautiful testimony in favor of babies. And then some Colorado lawmakers oppose the people, let's reject them. Now, that's on a very specific point where they could have put in a clause to let the people vote on this bill, but instead they're just doing it themselves, and they refuse to put in that clause to let the people vote. Now, if the people voted, they probably would vote in favor of the bill, but here's the thing. You have maybe like 3 hours tops of, people. I don't even think it's 3 hours, a rather short time of people who are willing, and when I say people, I mean the people with a capital P, as in not lawmakers, who are willing to testify in favor of this murderous bill. But then you had many, many hours going into the wee hours of the morning of people who were testifying against the bill. So how come there's more voters in favor of murder, but there's more testimony against murder? Well, because there is no argument to promote murder. It's just evil. It's humiliating to go out there and speak in favor of murder, and people don't want to do it. And so we don't just have whatever the majority says rules no matter what, and then we go around murdering people, right? That's why we have a constitution, and why you're not allowed to make laws like this one saying in bigotry that certain humans don't have human rights, which is what this law is, saying that preborn humans have no independent or derivative rights, meaning that they have no rights that even derive from their mother wanting them or something. They just have no rights at all. And that belongs in constitutions. And as a federation, we already have a constitution that does not allow for that to be put into state constitutions. So a state would have to secede from the union in order to be able to be outside of the federal constitution and have a constitution which would allow for the unrecognition of human rights. And doing it by legislation like this is skipping both of those tiers and doing things absolutely in an unacceptable way. And so, but we have the fact of human rights coming from the truth, coming from reality, coming from God, coming from the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, the only King of Kings and Lord of all, whether they like it or not. Amen. That fact is the reason that even though you have more voters in favor of evil, you have less testimony in favor of evil, because evil is not justifiable and there's nothing really to say to attempt to justify it. And so that's where the Constitution and human rights, by the people's testimony, even if it's not coinciding with the number of voters, because there's more evil people than decent people in terms of this specific topic. I don't want to get down to the theological core of it, even though that's the main reality, but it's just a lot of minutia and getting complicated, right? But that's where the time of testimony really shows the truth and outvoices the number of voters, right? And there's a reason that we're a republic instead of a pure democracy, because pure democracy is literally mob rule, and then it turns legislation into lynchings, is what it does. When that legislation results in the murder of people, or even a death penalty for people is a lynching once you resort to mob rule. So that's why we must be a republic with democratic qualities to us, but not a pure democracy, because that would be mob rule, and then even death penalties would become lynchings. Oh, good to see you, Violet. And yeah, I'm just going to continue voicing this topic like I do. Since you gave me a voice on your channel the other day, I would like to give you a voice here right now, but that just happens to not be the way I'm conducting the show. So, yeah, but very good to see you, sister. Thanks for being here. Now let's continue to listen.
Shot down.
Whoops, there we go.
Amendment 67, 2014, lost again. Amendment 62 in 2012 didn't even get enough signatures to appear on a ballot. Initiative 48 in 2008, failed. You say if the tables were turned, this bill would never, we wouldn't even be discussing anything like this. You're right. Since 2010, there's been 44 anti-abortion bills introduced in this legislature alone that would be here. Bills that would be taking away a woman's right to choose. That's the point of the conversations we have in this building. We bring both ideas, both sides, and have conversation. And you're right, Minority Leader. There probably isn't a whole lot of compromise on this issue.
Yeah, but the point of both sides is not so that if a majority of people are murderers, then we start murdering people, right? So that's what I was explaining about the difference between a democratic republic and a pure democracy.
But to say that if the tables were turned and there was another power, that nothing would be changed, 44 bills that have been introduced that would restrict a woman's right to choose in this state alone. Those would be what we would be debating at the well.
And she may be right. There may be a dishonest argument being used where they're like, look, there's nothing to worry about. No, if you want to be a murderer, then you're going to have to fight in order to make that murdering happen without anyone stopping you, because there's a lot of people who oppose murder, right? Those are facts.
I am listening to my voters. I am listening to my constituents. My constituents are in fear because they don't know what's happening. We don't know what's going to happen in June.
And an old punk rock song the chorus of it keeps ringing through my head. They mean murder. They mean murder. They're more talking about war and stuff like that. But still, that tagline just keeps ringing through my ears whenever she's saying stuff like this.
But we today have the ability to protect the rights that we have in Colorado and solidify them into law. Because again, we are not creating any new idea. This is the status quo in Colorado. What's in this bill is the status quo of Colorado.
To the shame of the majority of Coloradans, but not to the shame of the majority of their testimony, because there's no testimony to give where you only have nonsense on your side. So, and that's why this next live stream about the Colorado people asserting the humanity of the babies is going to be such a joy.
We are simply putting that status quo into statutes to make them law to protect a woman's rights. So when the ideas of the 44 bills that I'm mentioning come forward again, we have even more power to stop them. Again, I ask for your support.
And what was it saying about that? Oh yeah, it's a bittersweet joy because, ultimately they are preempting this whole Roe v. Wade thing even before the leak happened. This has been going on for a month or two now, or three, or well, probably about two. Now, now I'm going to find the next testimony in the video that is someone that deserves shame, because we already did a different episode giving honor to men like this man, right? So here's that thumbnail again. Some Colorado lawmakers want me to live. Let's honor them. Now I do need to, oh, my internet's doing bad at the moment. Come on. I do need to edit that live stream so it's more to the point and there's less fumbling around. And I'm in the middle of editing a different one at the moment, so it might take a couple weeks for me to get that one edited. But when I do, I'll change the thumbnail to make it clear that it's the post-edit version. And you can wait until then to check it out because it is hours long. But there are the first two episodes, which are already good episodes to watch. This one is a review of the law, a review of legalized murder. So if you want to review the law itself and hear my commentary on it, or just to get the links to it, which I'll put inside chat in a moment here if you just want to look at it yourself, then there's that one. And then this first one is a really awesome episode where Jeremy Uberoth, who is, he's basically the Jeff Durbin of Colorado in a sense. in that he's the head Christian guy for a ball. I was lost so bad that I couldn't even do anything about it. Let me see. But I'm here at the moment. So hopefully anyone who left and wanted to stay is going to check in, or maybe people are still around some. Unfortunately, that's just what goes on. I'm not really one to complain because this technology is so amazing that when it doesn't go right, that's just less amazing, if that makes sense. You know, it's not like I get all angry and frustrated, but there is some disappointment there, you know. But okay. So I think what I was saying, I was pretty much at the close of what I was saying. Oh yeah, I wanted to share some links, and I was recommending a good live stream.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we don't have this law passed by the end of session, we actually risk the safety and security of abortion providers and communities that could move more rapidly to end access to abortion.
Okay, she's got a
Allow
weird way of
someone to do
talking.
away with this invaluable.
This woman's testimony is amazing. Unfortunately, it's a topic for the previous live stream, which I need to edit and make shorter so it's more watchable. And in fact, what I should do, and I think I will do, is I will clip her testimony and just like the really amazing testimonies, and I'll make a shorter version that's just cut down some, but then I'll make it even just boom straight to the testimonies in my video editor, right? And so what I can okay, well, I won't talk too much about technical processes. Let me just continue with things. So this is the minority leader, the leader of the conservatives, and she just says amazing stuff. She does awesome, just incredible. Now, I'm pretty sure this woman is promoting murder. She sure looks like she would promote murder. And so and that's what we're doing. This episode is about shaming the ones who are worthy of shame. So let's get to it. And yeah, I'm just going to have to tolerate whatever not very good my internet is, because that's the way it's going to be today. Now, what's nice is that the live stream that I have scheduled for tomorrow, I'm going to do a short introduction and then open it up as an open mic. And so when it's as an open mic, then whoever else is here can carry the show while I'm gone. Give me just 1 second. The side chat that I'm looking at is not working right. I'll be right back. Now that was just a StreamYard thing rather than my internet. So that's the good news. But with that, I got it fixed. So, okay, is this the beginning of her? Just about. Okay. It sounds like she doesn't know how to begin because her case is so absurd.
I'm going to tell my personal story,
Oh,
and it's really hard for me. The other week, I talked about on the floor about the challenges I went through to have my children. Let me tell you a little bit about one of the miscarriages I had. It was in my home, where I was able to privately grieve with my husband and call my parents, who desperately wanted a grandchild. Anytime a woman suffers a miscarriage, she asks why. There's guilt, there's grief. And thank God it's private grief, because so many cruel things are said when a woman has a miscarriage. I am grateful that I was able to process my grief in private. I didn't have to prove to anyone that I willfully caused this miscarriage. Then I was blessed to carry to full term
I'm quite sure she meant she didn't have to prove to anyone that she did not willfully cause it. But yeah, miscarriages are common enough, and I have never heard of anyone accusing someone who has a miscarriage of murdering their child. If people are making those assumptions and then making accusations, then that's really a terrible way to behave. Obviously, that's kind of off topic. And if she's going to be leveraging tragic situations in order to promote murder, then that's going to be disgusting behavior. So let's hear her out and see whether she's against murder or she's trying to leverage tragedy in order to promote murder. Which, if she's leveraging tragedy to promote murder, that's it's very disrespectful to her own child who is tragically killed, and it's disrespectful to other people who go through these tragedies.
The love of my life, my daughter. It took bed rest. I went through preterm labor, but I had this most beautiful daughter. My daughter taught me the joys of motherhood. And then later I told you about my son. My son taught me how to be a mother. But my son was, I call him the highest technology baby you'll ever meet. I had multiple procedures, multiple IVS, and then I was blessed to be pregnant with them. Twice weekly blood tests, bed rest. I went through everything. But I didn't tell you what happened partway through my pregnancy with my son. For a brief period of time, about 12 hours, I had symptoms that indicated that my life might be in danger. For 12 hours, I had to contemplate, what should I do? Should I live so that I could be a mother to my daughter, or not? But I was comforted by one thing. It was my choice. My choice to be made with me and my doctor.
Okay, no one's talking about limiting medical treatment, and no one's talking about being simplistic about medical decisions. So we addressed that when I looked up what ectopic pregnancy was, and we've addressed this in detail a number of times. Torturing babies to death is completely different than being unable to save them and giving them care and comfort in the process of doing medicine and having a tragic result and having someone die. So this is just a total red herring. It's completely off topic. And, you know, I mean, I've known people who have died who I care about, and I would never leverage their death in order to promote death and murder. So as much as she's trying to pull our heartstrings and stuff, that just makes this a deeper level of witchcraft and deeper evil behavior and more despicable on her part. And I know that for some people who, maybe she has tugged your heartstrings and you could want to be sympathetic, getting to the cold hard facts of it is it still is what it is. And I would rather that her husband were in office instead of her, because I'd much rather be firing bullets at a man than a woman. But babies are being murdered, and I can't just let women be human shields and then not speak the truth because they're women, It is unfortunate, but we have to resort to we don't have to resort to doing the wrong thing, but we do have to resort to being honest even when it's hard to be honest.
Thank you.
Representative Neville.
And they would have done politically better for her to try to somehow spend more time on that, but maybe further details would not have supported her case. Now, these people are on the right side. And so, okay, this guy I'm pretty sure is on the wrong side. We'll listen to him.
Domain over you. Frankly, I think if you were born,
is whether or not we should ask the
Oh,
vote.
Dave. I don't remember his last name, but he was one of the main sponsors of the bill in favor of saving lives, and he gives the most Christian, awesome testimonies. Just a very wonderful Christian brother who, now these people are representatives, not senators, so they only serve 2-year terms. And he's talking about not going into politics again because he doesn't like it. And it's like, well, Moses didn't want to speak, right? But speak in public, so he was given help. And you've had help, Dave, right? But at the same time, it is very important. Sometimes the people who are reluctant to something are the ones who should be doing it. Now, people might find this hard to believe about me, but for me, I am reluctant in doing what I do, and I think that's one of the reasons I'm a good choice to do it. Now, at the moment I was born again, in that very same split moment, I understood that people won't believe what this is, and they'll try to say that any confidence I have in God is my own arrogance. And so I knew at that moment that part of counting the cost was the humiliation of looking arrogant in order to not understate God. And the reason that I don't understate confidence in God, even if it makes me look arrogant at times, is because so many people, because of that pressure of being accused of arrogance, they do understate the confidence in God. And someone needs to state it more fully so that we can. The word exhort means to call to side. It's beside call. So it's calling you to my side, right? So I want to be there in the confidence which God deserves and then call you to join me at my side in that confidence. And so, now, doing this on a daily basis for a couple of years and making a lot of mistakes and some long-term, very bad mistakes from my past. If you browse through my channel, it's basically an expose Nicholas channel. Like there's channels to expose Joel Osteen, Stephen Furtick, right? If you want to find out where you can find me exposed, it's on my own channel. And I used to work with a guy named Smokey Saint. That used to be his channel name. Now the channel has some weird name, so it'd be kind of hard to find, I guess. But yeah, that's not really the topic right now. But if you were to go to that channel and go back a year and a half to 2 years, that was the time period when I was working with him. You'll see how I was overlooking behavior that I should not have been overlooking because I wanted to fight heretics, right? I learned hard lessons and I'm learning them well. And I'm trying to really do much better with my own behavior and be a lot careful about who I would associate with and to know better, right? To have that discernment now. So lessons hard learned. But the point I'm making here is that I'm actually reluctant to do what I do. I just think that the way I go about things in a bold way and that I'm willing to be bold, I don't really see a bunch of guys in the wings just waiting for me to not step up so they can step up instead in the same way, to the same degree. No discredit to other brothers and sisters out there, but there is a certain extent where I'll go there. And I don't like to, but I'll do it because it's got to be done. And if not me, then who? And I would much rather just get like a 9-to-5 job that I enjoy the work and then not deal too much with spiritual discernment and be someone who's like more agreeable and then be financially more stable. Right now, I have no wife or children, so I can afford some poverty while I transition into what will hopefully go past poverty at some point, right? So I can afford that. But I would much rather, for my own personal selfishness, just do things that are financially more secure and simple, and then have a wife. And if we cannot have our own children, adopt children, or maybe do both if financially viable, that sort of thing, right? And yeah, but I think that would be to neglect my calling. So in a sort of reluctant way, I do this instead. Now, that said, I've learned a lot of lessons in my life and I know how to own my decisions. And so I own this decision and I'm happy with it. And I am doing it gladly and not through compulsion. And yeah, I prefer to do what is not selfish, and I make this choice and I'm glad, but there's a sense in which I'm reluctant. And so I would like Dave to do the same thing. I would like him to continue in politics where he can do a lot of good and make a big difference, and where other men who want to do a lot of good, they're lesser at it than Dave is. And because they're lesser at it than him, possibly because he's reluctant, that goes hand in hand, just like it did with Moses. And so I do hope that he'll change his mind and that he'll continue in politics, even though he doesn't enjoy it. Because the people who enjoy politics are probably not the people who should be doing it. Just like someone who would enjoy to be confrontational the way that I am is probably not the person who should be doing it, right? And so when you do things for the wrong motivation, you do things in the wrong way, you get the wrong results. So it's not really my place to step aside and leave it to someone who would enjoy it more. It's just not.
What can
Chair.
And same thing I hope for with Dave. So I know that was a tangent, but hopefully it's an edifying tangent. Now let's listen to someone who deserves shame.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm pretty sure this guy is going to deserve shame, but we'll withhold our judgment until we're positive of that, because I don't have everybody perfectly memorized.
You know, I thought I would start by just acknowledging the very personal, difficult stories that were shared by some colleagues from Douglas and Weld and Boulder counties. I suspect that when the time comes for voting, I'm going to land on the same side as one of those three and on the opposite side as two of them. But it's not easy to come to this spot and to say those things in a very public way. So I just wanted to acknowledge that, even where I may differ on other things. You know, the representative from Larimer County said that he was troubled. And I am very, very deeply, profoundly troubled too. Frankly, I am troubled that politicians even think that this is a subject, that women's lives, that women's bodies, that women's moral autonomy is a subject to be kicked around in a legislative chamber.
Okay, well, what if my moral autonomy is that bald guys, because you can see I've inherited a very good head of hair from my father. I mean, he's, how old is he now? He's turning 80 soon, and his hair is thinned, but very late in life. But I've got a very thick head of hair. And so what if I'm like, bald guys, it's my moral autonomy that I murder bald guys? Then how offensive. And, you know, let's take weapons out of it because they love to control weapons. So with my bare hands, right? Bodily autonomy. So what if I'm like, I want to choke this bald guy to death with my bare hands because he has less hair than I do? Is it just so disgusting that people would want to legislate against that because they're against my bodily autonomy? Like, do you see how absurd these arguments are? They have nothing, absolutely nothing. And when we entertain nothing as if it's something, I don't think that helps the truth to shine. I don't. So let's continue.
In 2022,
Oh, by the way, I don't in any way mean to make fun of bald people or people who have hair missing. In fact, it is a masculine feature on a man to have hair missing. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with it. And there's nothing bad looking about it or anything. And I'm just giving an example of absurdity. I am not insulting anyone for how much hair they have or not. And it just happened to be the first thing I noticed to make a quick example of, right?
I am very, very deeply troubled by that, and I may have more occasion to say how much so later on. You know, we were counseled to not act out of fear. Frankly, I think if you were born with a Y chromosome, you don't know fully, I will at least admit, I'm not going to pretend to know fully what the fear is when legislatures, when courts are presuming to exercise domain over your body.
Well, let's find some gangsters off the streets and ask them what it's like when they're concerned that cops are going to prosecute them for their violent crimes, and we'll find out what the fear that is relevant to this debate what that fear is like. We can just ask some criminals, some violent criminals, what it's like to be in fear that their violent crimes will be prosecuted against.
Over your humanity. I would further submit that, maybe if you're not afraid, you're probably reading different news sources than I have been for months and years. Because we see it happening out there. There was a reference to not having a conversation about the unknown. All due respect, I believe we know very well what's going on and why this bill is in front of us. It's in the news. We can read those articles. We can read the legislative enactments or proposed enactments of other states. We can read the ones that have been referred to in this state. We can read the court documents. We can read the pleadings. We can read the arguments being made, which, however they are framed, have the role of reducing women in our society to something less than fully equal, if those arguments are accepted by courts. There was a reference to forcing things through. I submit that that is exactly what is happening in a number of other states around this country. And attempts are being made to do that through our courts as well, including the highest court of this land. I think we are here to say in Colorado that women have the right to decide for themselves. Either way, I think it's important the bill is written the way it is. You can choose to carry the term or not.
Yeah, and there actually is some really good stuff in the bill if you could segment it apart, because with what's going on with Marxism, it seems like this was their big push. Like they had a big push about 50 years ago, and then it was about 50 years before they had another really big push. And so I guess the next big push will be a lot sooner than 50 years because things happen a lot faster. But if we have a pattern to look at, then this push is eventually going to subside, and we're going to wait until a big push, a decade or 2 or 3 down the road. I don't think it'll be 5 decades down the road this time around. But and with this push possibly, or if the Great Reset occurs, that could be a total change of paradigm, and maybe we're not waiting decades, right? And so with that, you could have things going on like the government won't let you have babies, right? And stuff like that. And so in their desire to make this bill look kind of virtuous by addressing, by using women's rights, they have protected women's rights to continue their pregnancy. And now if the Marxists really take over, then I guess to that extent, then I guess we don't really have to worry about a bill like this stopping them. They're going to find a way to just plow over it anyway. But the idea of protecting that women are allowed to continue their pregnancy could be very relevant, because Marxism is an ideology of mass murder and of extreme control of others, making all of this extremely ironic. But that's a little bit under the surface of our topic.
It is your choice either way. It is not the choice of this place. It is not the choice of the people in this place. It is not the choice of any legislature or any court, in my opinion. It was.
Yeah, the thing is when people are being murdered, right? That's what this really comes down to. And so, the choice to continue a pregnancy, there's no murder involved, but the choice to end a pregnancy murderously is murder. And so this guy must be really stupid if he's conflating the two. And I'm being nice when I call him stupid, because the other things are more evil from there, which is probably more the case.
Stated previously that the people of the state ought to have their say. For example, on a ballot measure, I believe that they have had repeated opportunities to say very plainly what they believe. And they have said that the government has no right getting into this space, into this business, into these choices, into the moral autonomy of women. We have.
Okay, so this guy goes on for a few minutes. We've heard enough from him, so we can see how shameful he is. Now, oh, I do like to have their names involved. So let's get his name and the previous woman's name, if we can, if they put it on screen. Mike Weissman. So, there we go. And then we missed another woman's name earlier. So let's get her name. Bernay. I remember her name from the list. And I have the list right here. So I'll see if Weissman is on it. And yeah, he is on the list too of people who sponsored the bill. As if voting for it is any less bad than sponsoring it. But I suppose sponsoring it is even worse. And hopefully my internet's not giving too much trouble, but at this point, I'm just going to ride through it, and whatever flaws there are in the live stream, we're going to live with those. So now let's see. I don't think she is on the wrong side of the topic, so I'm just going to skip her. I think she gave kind of weak testimony. Well, let's find out. Maybe she is.
Location than the toddler. But
And nope, she's using the sled argument. Now, I mean, I do think it's pretty disrespectful to make arguments like that about human beings. And I don't think it really shines the truth, because the truth is that it's obvious that the debate is over. The truth is not that we need to win a debate, you know? And so I lean on truth on that point.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of this bill. I actually want to tell you a story. So I have a friend who lives in another state, and many years ago, she was trying to start her family. And when she went to try and start her family, she was many months into her pregnancy when, tell you a story.
I'm glad she immediately told us she's in
so
support.
I
Now I'm just
have-
looking for her name. Usually it's at the
Representative-
beginning. They usually put it on screen, but we can hear it too. If I turn my volume up, I can hear it.
Thank you.
Representative Kip.
Okay, Kip. And I'm pretty sure I remember that name from the list too.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise in support of this bill. I actually want to tell you a story. So I have
Yeah, her name is on the list. I just double checked.
a friend who
And the list is the list of sponsors. So whenever I say on the list, I'm talking about the people who sponsored this murderous bill.
lives in another state. And many years ago, she was trying to start her family. And when she went to try and start her family, she was many months into her pregnancy.
And her first name is Kathy. So Kathy Kip is helping to legislate mass murder,
When
which makes her a criminal.
to start her family. And when she went to try and start her family, she was many months into her pregnancy when they determined that the baby wasn't going to live. They said, you really, you should get an abortion because your baby will not survive.
Okay, well, that doesn't make sense, to not give someone a chance to survive, because in the worst case scenario, they won't survive. When a lot of times there are many stories of women who have been told their children won't survive. And then now where do we get these stories from? We get them from the testimony of the very child who the woman was told, well, this child won't survive, so go ahead and kill them beforehand. And they're like, no, I'm not going to do that. And then the child survives and becomes an adult and gives testimony. And so, yeah, we have no idea if it was actually true that her friend's child would not survive. Because there's so many cases, it's not uncommon, where people are told that, but then their children do survive. Just facts.
And because of where she lived, she was actually not able to obtain that abortion. She actually ended up carrying that child to term.
Okay, and I do want to mention we're going to hear some of those testimonies. It might be multiple episodes because there's so much awesome testimony. But the green one, right? The Colorado people have asserted my humanity. Let's hear them. And so we'll have the actual testimony to back up what I said when the moment comes.
Delivering the baby and having it die within an hour. I know everybody here has really good intent, and I know we have values that are closely held, but
Well, that's absurd. There is no good intent in promoting mass murder. I am not going to just listen to that and let that stand. Mass murder is murderous, and the intent is to murder. Now, the Bible tells us about deeper motivations. It's because they hate God and they hate Jesus. And it moves forward from there. But yeah, now we have good intent who want to save lives. That's obvious. And so we're getting the same story again, where because tragedy happens, we should murder people more often so that the tragedy happens in a different way. And here's the thing, right? Like, if you kill your own child because you're told that they'll die on their own, but then you hear a testimony from someone who says, well, that was said about me, that I was going to die, but here I am alive. Then suddenly you're left wondering, wait, did I murder my child because they were actually going to survive? And so as painful as it is to give birth to a child and have them die within an hour, at least you know that you attempted to save their life. Whereas if you choose to kill them preemptively, then you'll never know if they could have been saved, and you could be in this painful, guilt-ridden situation for the rest of your life where you're wondering if you killed your child, who would have survived. And so one tragedy for another, and potentially, she's talking about potentially a much lesser pain for the person who knows that they tried to save their child than for someone who has to wonder whether or not they're their child's killer. And so now we have the gospel that all sin is forgiven if we put our trust in the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and repent. There is no condemnation in Christ Jesus. And the truth of that is powerful and bold and bright and potent. And the truth of that is the Spirit of truth and is our comforter. And so the truth of no condemnation because of forgiveness is a comfort that is offered. Even if you're guilty of murdering your own children, there is comfort for you if you turn to the Lord and change your mind and confess your sin. Even in that worst case scenario of guilt where you're a murderer of your own child, you can become new, a whole new person who is not guilty of murdering your child because you are a new person, right? And I really stress the spiritual, ontological newness of the new birth. And it's very important for a lot of reasons, and that's one of them, right? I'm guilty of some things as the new man, but it does help me a lot that I know I'm not the same person who's guilty of the things that the old man did.
Personally, I cannot subject a woman to that experience of being forced to carry a baby, deliver it, and have it die when that's not unnecessary. It's not like she didn't want to have children. This woman later went on to have 2 children, and they were fine, but that was a traumatic experience in her life, and I don't think we should force women to have to go through that.
Well, how is it less traumatic for the child to die earlier and then to be left the rest of your life wondering if the child would have survived, as many children who the doctors say they're going to die, and the mothers are like, no, we're going to do our best to save the child, and then the child lives to become an adult and testify. You know, I mean, how is it less traumatic to not know and to wonder if you're guilty of killing your own child? That just doesn't make any sense.
So thank you for your time and attention. And that is one of the reasons I rise in support of this very important bill. Thank you.
Okay, so we see their best arguments don't even make sense. And here, I'm putting it on mute. Just okay, this guy really looks he looks like a Marxist the way that I look like a Christian. Like I look like a Reformed Christian. Like I like to wear my big beard and all that because of what I think is stylish to me because of my belief
Representative
system.
Soper.
I remember that this man is on the wrong side of this, but he looks like he is also, and let's see if that's the case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to come down here and respond to a few things. First, I wanted to point out that we, if you turn to page 5 of the bill, section 3.
So his name is Matt Soper. I don't remember his name from the list. And so maybe he actually is on the right side of this, but maybe he just doesn't give a very Christian style of testimony. And so I didn't really listen to him much. Yeah, I think that might be the case with this guy. He might be on the right side, but he goes about it in the wrong way. So I didn't really include him in the people that we honored. But I also don't want to include him in the people that we shame then. So let's hear him out a little bit and make sure we know who he is and what he stands for.
I actually think there could...
Yeah, it says he's a Republican down here in District 54. I'm pretty sure that's what the R means. Now, the rep up here means he's a representative. It does not mean he's a Republican. But I think the little R down here does mean he's a Republican.
Could have been a better way of drafting this by actually incorporating what's in the offenses against the person in our criminal code by actually having 18.3.5.110 be the line that was included under section 3 on page 5 of grave.
It's all technical
has
stuff.
the same meaning as the Government Immunities Act. So we turn in the statute book to see what this means.
And if he's supposed to be on our side of it, then really this is all at a fundamental level. It's not at a bunch of legal technicalities, and then this is just a waste of time. If he's on their side and he's trying to do some important business legally, then that would make sense.
County Municipality School District against the Pregnant Women Act. Bill effectively abolish offenses against the Pregnant Women Act. And I would argue that yes, it would, because what is actually being said here is that a prosecutor who's an entity of the state and the judicial department that houses the courts that would hear any sort of a charge by committing a crime would not be able to do so because the underlying basis for doing so has actually been stripped out and removed.
Yeah, so what he's referring to is that the nature of the way the bill is written is that the preborn child has no independent or derivative rights, meaning that there's really no underlying basis to, let's say, someone were to stab a pregnant woman in the stomach and kill the child, maybe kill both of them, then they could only be prosecuted for whatever they've done to the mother, because the child not only has no independent rights, but not even derivative rights. Now, the only problem with this is that, like, you're at the point of legalizing murder and then getting into nitty gritty about it. And it's like, no, murder is illegal. Humans are humans. Murder is murder. And so, yeah, I do remember this guy. I skipped him because he's just, and this guy is just responding to his specific legal points. That's why he has the books open. So now we've already seen this woman speak earlier and shamed her, so we're oh yeah, let me go ahead and put this link in the side chat. Why not? And then that'll take you to the Colorado website. Oh, I put the timestamp on it on accident. Okay, so this hearing, what I'll do is I'll make sure to add the links to all of these in the description below later on, right when I'm done. Unless I'm really exhausted, then it might be a little bit later. But yeah, so here's the link to this hearing. Now, the way you can identify these hearings is that they're like 11 hours long or 14 hours long, or they're part 2 of an 11-hour one, adding another 3 or 4 hours to it, that kind of thing. So once you follow this link, you can find this stuff on your own too, but I'll provide better links as well. And then next time we're listening to someone, I'll try to put more links into the side chat here. But I don't want to hold up the live stream at the moment.
Our Creator. Travel down the birth canal suddenly change the essential nature of the unborn from a non-human to suddenly be then human. If the unborn are not already human.
Yeah, here's more of these arguments that I skipped because that's not really where the debate is at. And so it's the people who stand on God's word. They were the people that I honored, or the people who stand on the humanity of humans and keep things simple as they really are. They don't entertain, well, it's all complicated and there's a big debate to be had. That's not the truth, and so that's not what I was promoting.
You are in the queue.
And that was in the previous live stream where we honored those lawmakers who deserve honor.
With Representative Sandridge. Speaker Pro Tem Benavides and Representative Baisley, you are in the queue with Representative Sandridge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, my remarks are going to be extremely short, and it really is, I see he's left, but our colleague from the Fort Collins area, I appreciated his statement, and I know how difficult it was for him to get up and say this. He said it was something he had not shared outside of his family with what happened to his third child. And I just wanted to clarify something the way I'm reading the bill in moving forward, because subsequent speakers had said that had nothing to do with this bill. But as reproductive health care is defined in the bill, this bill is not just about abortion. It's the fundamental rights of an individual to make decisions with respect to reproductive health care. And the child that our colleague was speaking about falls squarely under that definition and the decisions that his wife had to make with respect to that child. So I just wanted to clarify that those kinds of discussions are under this bill and contemplated to be under this bill. And that's all.
Okay, and let's go ahead and get her name. I missed that. But yeah, and there's a little D down here. So she's a Democrat. So it is the bottom right corner tells us which party they're in. So her name is Adriana Benavides. And so she is also to be shamed. And we can double check if her name was on the list. Yep, it is Benavides. I read it earlier to all of you, so I'm just checking the list real quick right now. So let's continue with what we're doing here. Is there... Okay, I think I don't remember this woman being on our side, so she either approached it in a way I didn't approve of, or she's on the other side. Now, it's not saying her political party or anything, so we're going to have to hear her out some to find out who she is. Okay, I'm going to turn it up. It'll be a little echoey, but I want to hear her name.
The count is taken.
Oh, some kind of division vote? I don't know what that means. Oh, they're voting on a certain point of alteration to the bill or something.
Chairman, to pure public.
Her right worship. About 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Representative Mobley and Representative Sanders, I see you're in the queue.
So Representative, it sounded like Motley. Let's see. Okay, from what I'm seeing, I'm not seeing her name on the list. And so I think that means she's going to be on the correct side of the issue. And so I'm going to go ahead and skip her because that's not what this episode is about. I took time for that at a different time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So
I'm all still curious to make sure.
I'm here today. I'm not a clergy person. I think you all know that. I'm not a lawyer, and that's abundantly obvious. But I am a person who was a teenager when abortion was illegal all over our country. And
Oh, she's wearing a name tag. I wonder if I can use that name tag if I make it bigger on my screen.
I have a parent, my mother was kind of a free spirit, and my parents were divorced. When they first got married, my oldest sister was born about 3 months later. So they said she was just early, but when we got older, we realized there was a reason they got married in a very short order and then had a baby right away. And there are 5 of us. And at some point, my parents got divorced. And we moved to Colorado, me and my mom and a couple of my siblings. And I was in high school, and Roe v. Wade got passed. And my mother...
Okay, she's Representative Mobley. At least that's how he's pronouncing it. I would pronounce it Emmaus was maybe how I was pronouncing it. But so that's why I couldn't find her name. But she is definitely, she is one of the sponsors of the bill. So she is someone to be shamed. So we will hear her out and shame her.
Got pregnant. And she really wasn't in a good place to have another baby. And she was able to come to Boulder and get a safe and legal abortion.
Hey, hold on here. Let's see what's going on here. Let's listen closely.
I have a parent, my mother was divorced. When they first got married, my oldest sister was born about 3 months later. So they said she was just early. But when we got older, we realized there was a reason they got married in a very short order and then had a baby right away.
Yeah, obviously a child can't be that early. So we should never be deceptive towards children, which means that you cannot tell your children Santa Claus exists because Satan is the father of lies and you don't want to do satanic things to your children, you know? Let's just be straight up and Christian about it, right? And so this was also deceiving their children. And so I don't know how much that plays into it because a lot of us were deceived as children, but I think it's worth mentioning when we're on a topic of truth versus untruth.
And it got passed. And my mother got pregnant. And I was in high school, and Roe v. Wade got passed. And my mother got pregnant. And she really wasn't in a good place to have another baby. And she was able to come to Boulder and get a safe and legal abortion. And that's what she did. And that was her right. It was her body. It was her choice. And it, of course, would have completely altered all of our futures if she hadn't have been able to make that choice.
When I was 18 years old, my brother died in a car accident. I don't know if he was deliberately, that's just a white hair there. I don't know if he was deliberately committing suicide or what. We don't really know, but you know, I think he was angry about something and he did something really stupid on an urge. But he died. And this idea of someone supporting the murder of her own sibling is just really appalling to me. I guess that's enough said.
And when she,
like infuriatingly appalling. Just and look at this look on her face. I don't know if she's never lost a sibling or what. I don't understand where she could be coming from, you know? I don't understand what I'm looking at. It's inhumane and it's not proper for a human. This is very weird and surreal.
was younger, she didn't have the ability to make that choice. And that led to, you know, it led to us being here, but it may not have been what she wanted for her life. And she did a great job of, you know, meeting the moment. But
This is the best she can do is like, it should have been that I wasn't born because my mother was a murderer. And once she had the opportunity to start murdering her kids, she would do it. And she should have had the opportunity to murder me. You know, her speaking of herself, of course, here. This is the absurdity of the best they can do to try to make an argument. It's ridiculous. Like I say, we got to stand on the truth. And the truth is the debate is already totally over. This is just absurdity. It's clownish, you know? It really is. I don't even know if I can tolerate this much more.
I think
like my heart, if I was this stressed the entire time, it would be like a health risk, right? I'm extremely, my biophysiology has symptoms of how stressed out I am about what this woman's saying.
we should all be really worried about our daughters in a world where abortion is no longer safe and legal, because a lot of people were harmed by having to have either an illegal abortion in a different country.
Okay, I think anyone who's Christian understands that what we should be afraid of is that our daughters will have sex outside of marriage, and then in addition to that sin, then without us even knowing about it, they may commit murder, and that puts a lot of guilt on them, and it also causes a grandchild to have been murdered, right? And so this woman's being extremely absurd. I mean, extremely absurd.
Or in a backdoor clinic without.
Yeah, murder should be dangerous. Bottom line, no two ways about it. The more dangerous murder is, the better. Amen.
Without a real doctor. And a lot of people were harmed by being forced into a relationship that they didn't want. So I really encourage us to think about this sort of in a practical way. Like this, actually, we are staring down the end of a woman's right to choose.
She means a woman's right to murder her own child. I mean, obviously, people get to make tons of choices. You know, once you're resorting to euphemisms, you don't we don't really get a respectful seat at the table anymore. You know, if she wants to be heard, she's got to use her words properly. So talk about a woman's legalized privilege to murder her own child. Say what you mean, and then maybe we can have a discussion. But if you're just going to gaslight us with euphemisms, then we're just going to laugh you away. If we could laugh, but it's too atrocious to laugh at.
And that isn't going to be a good place for us and for our children. So I urge you to vote yes.
Thank you.
Man, just the level of absurdity going on. I wish this was about the debate so that then being about the debate, I wouldn't have to keep listening to these because the debate is over. But unfortunately, the purpose here is to shame people who are shameful. And so we've got to keep finding these people and shaming them. Exhausting. So maybe I will make quicker work of it, and instead of listening to them, we'll just get record of what their position is, and once we know what their position is, we'll speak to their shame, and we'll leave it at that. So yeah, that's what I'm going to try to do. Let's just put faces to this list of sponsors. So is McCormick on the list of sponsors? It does say she's a Democrat, right? In the bottom corner there. A Democrat. Yeah, because I'm fed up with listening to this, just completely fed up. She's on the list of sponsors. So this woman is a shameful witch as well. Let's note her name and face, Karen McCormick. And let's Nuremberg these people, you know? Let's put them on trial for their crimes against the nation. Now, at some point, maybe it was on an earlier topic, or probably one of the senators is actually a man dressed as a woman, mocking women, which, of course, is just disgusting behavior to mock women by dressing like them, you know? It's the exact same thing as what they call, you know, blackface. So Bird, I remember her name on the list, but I'll double check. Yep, she's on the list. So Shannon Bird, here is her face, here is her name. Another murderer. Let's continue. Because I'm at the end of my patience. And I don't think it's serving the purpose of the live stream. It takes so long on these matters anymore. Now, we did want to say all the things we said, but we've said plenty now. It has come to that point. I don't know what side this woman's on. I don't know her name yet. I'll turn the volume up for myself so I can hear it better. And right here.
Thank you. Representative Cutter and Representative Hortorf, you're in the queue.
That sounded like Cutter. Yep, she is on the list of sponsors. I don't know if they're going to give us her first and last name, but here's her face. You can remember her face, and her last name is Cutter. And that's a fitting name for someone who wants to cut some babies. I do remember this man. And this guy. And then, well, this guy sure doesn't look like a Democrat. I don't think he addresses the topic very well because I didn't highlight him. Here, I'll just start at the beginning where they'll give his name, and I'll just double check if he's on the list. Because they're kind of bad about making sure the banners come up. Oh, okay. He's a Republican, so I'm going to assume that he's not on the list. Yeah, his last name is not on the list. So let's continue. Oh, there's Brother Dave again. We love Brother Dave. And then, Lontine, that name's familiar, so it must be on the list. Yep. So remember this face and name, Susan Lontine. We have another murderer here to be shamed. Okay, let's continue. And we already... So I don't really remember this guy. He might be a Republican who addresses the topic incorrectly. I don't know.
Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Gaitner.
So Gaitner, okay, I'll see if that name's on the list. I don't see it on the list. So, hold on, I'm juggling my tabs here. And that woman behind the mic, she gets triggered at one point, and she's definitely on the wrong
Thank you, Madam
side.
Chair. I want to thank my
So
colleague from
she
Colorado
deserves
Springs for providing
some
the
shame
amendment
as well.
We try to leave meta title.
Okay, yeah.
Within my not give you
say minority leader. He's not the minority leader. That woman was.
Didn't appropriately fit under the title.
Assistant minority leader. Okay. Well, he doesn't address the topic nearly as well as the minority leader did, so they made the right choice.
But polarized.
To have that woman be their leader instead of
opposed
him.
to choice to be.
Now I do think that we should have men
absolute
in those hard positions taking the bullets and all that,
This
right?
amendment-
So to speak.
We,
But if a woman is going
my
to
support-
do that much better,
Thank you, Madam Chair,
and the
I
men,
rise to
then let her
show my support
do
for
her
this
good work.
amendment. Seems like there's a lot of bills in this.
And that's the thing, right? The men should step up and be doing better so that she doesn't have to be there in that position.
Chamber.
And
This amendment to move forward. So I'd
Okay, there's that witch again.
Clear. Good about my.
We're getting through much faster now as we're seeing people for the second time. We're seeing a lot more people who are on the wrong side, on the right side of the issue, so they're not the topic. There we saw someone again. Now, we might
Procedures, regulatory.
Oh, there's Representative Luck.
Made document spoken through of that amendment. You have to
Between the clear the Colorado vote.
Let's see, just scrolling through. That guy's pretty much filibustering. Nothing wrong with that.
the respondents
Here, through the reading of sections or the entirety or whatever.
I don't remember that guy, but we sorted him out earlier, whichever way we sorted him out. So we're getting very quickly through this. And this one, let's see, I'm here.
Tolerate more pain.
Okay, I don't know why it took this woman so long to
Grayson
finally
speaking
come
for-
up. I have a feeling she's going to be on the side of murder.
Representative Pico, that was over the line. Representative Bacon.
Oh, and this is where they're trying to like
8%.
manipulate and control them. Let's see what he says.
And
That's
what I
supposedly over
covered
the
in there
line.
Before, 13% of Coloradans are Black Americans. 28% of the abortions are Black Americans. That's not equity. The abortion industry has really turned into exploitation rather than care. And frankly, is genocide for profit.
Okay.
Yeah, that is what Planned Parenthood's purpose is and always has been, is that they want there to be fewer dark-skinned Americans and a greater percentage of light-skinned Americans. That is the purpose of Planned Parenthood. And there is nothing inappropriate about bringing the truth to light. That is not crossing a line. What is crossing a line is to commit genocide or to attempt genocide, to commit eugenics, and to murder babies. That's what's crossing the line. And so this guy who is like chairing it and says that that's over the line, he is a shame for that.
Representative Pico, that was
Him in
over the
background
line.
there.
Representative Bacon.
Yeah, what a disgusting man sitting back there. He's just down with eugenics and genocide and the murder of babies. And then he tries to hide behind it's decorum. Well, why don't you have some decorum about not murdering babies and just not allow it and be right about it instead of wrong about it? Well, because you have murder in your heart. That's why. So what's this woman's name?
The line. Representative Bacon.
Bacon, she is on the list. So she might bring a new absurdity to the table. I'll just check the list for her name, just double check. Yep, Bacon. But I'm really
Because
we're just here to shame these people. We don't really need
And
to
you're
hear what
making skin.
absurdity she's going to contribute. So her name is Jennifer Bacon, and she is a shameful human being that promotes the murder of babies. And let's take note of her face and her name and her stance of baby murder, murdering babies. That's her thing. That's what she's about, and that's what she fights for.
I talk to you all, I hope that everyone in here may give me the grace of accepting my words as having lived in this skin.
Oh yeah, she's gonna race bait about it or whatever. And my audience already knows better about race baiting and stuff. There's no reason to sit through that, so we won't. Oh, here we go. Here's the man that's mocking women. So this is the kind of people that are promoting murder, is people who are hard to even look at. So he goes by Brianna Titone. I don't know what his real name is. Let me see if I can look it up online, because we want to shame him by his real name. Titone, real name. Well, it's trying to say that Brianna Titone is Brianna Titone's real name. That doesn't make sense. It's also trying to say that this person is a scientist, but obviously if someone, is qualified as a scientist, then they can't deny observational reality. Let's see. I don't think they're going to mention the name that his parents gave him. So let's see. Yeah. But yeah, let's go ahead and make it so it must include real name. I think if I do plus and quote marks, I think that's how it's done. So I'm not sure. Maybe I just kind of messed it up. What if I do previous name? Get the information. Not that that's really a proper way to refer to it. So if I just click must include previous name. Yeah, apparently there's not enough interest, or else I'm going to try DuckDuckGo instead of Bing. Because maybe they're less censoring. Brianna Titone, real name. Now, they don't even have the helpful thing to make it easier that it must include those words. Is there anything like, I don't know what's conservative to know that that's what I should look at to maybe get information. Okay, I'm going to put conservative source and see if that helps. Conservative source. Okay, I don't think I'm going to find the real name of this person, so I guess we'll shame him according to his fictional name. So, here, I'll go ahead and show you guys the first meme I ever made. Now's a good time to show it. This is the only meme I've ever made. And so I'm just going to open it as a picture file on my computer and show it to you guys. And we can include that in shaming this person because lying is evil. And lying to us about your gender and then trying to force us to also be liars and insist that we're evil if we don't lie with you and be deceivers along with you. That's not the right way to treat us. That's a very hateful way to treat people. Because lying is hate and telling the truth is not hate. And it really is that simple. So let me see. Here we go. I see it now. I just got to... Okay. So this is going to be kind of offensive to look at on one hand, but it's speaking against the offense, so bear with me. But bigotry is bigotry. Explain the difference or stop voting. And here we have someone in blackface, and here we have someone in female face. And we see how they're mocking other humans, and they're being very despicable, and it's not right. And so there you go. It's that simple. Let me just make sure the screen share is going well. Yep, that's a sufficient screen share. So let's go ahead and get rid of it now because that's hard to look at. And so is Brianna Titone. Brianna Titone. So, yeah, another person worthy of shame. Already making a clown of himself as it is anyway.
You take the responsibility that you will feel obligated to have.
On House Bill 1279.
Oh, you can even hear his voice.
Which we have today, afforded by us by Roe versus Wade. Texas wants to build a house on the
yeah, he kind of talks
end
manlier than I do. I have kind of a soft, high way of speaking.
Of the and
I don't try to be talking like a child or a woman, but I think I do kind of sound like a cartoon or a childish sometimes.
Philadelphia, he was
I do try to sound enthusiastic and stuff, you know. I've got to
vote yes.
Be youthful.
Bill 1279. Thank you.
Representative Hooten.
Hooten. I'm pretty sure that's what it was because I remember that name. Yeah. Houghton. She is on the list of murderers. So there we go. She means murder. She means murder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ashen.
So we'll see if we can get her first name. Eddie. That's a cute name. Too bad that your murderousness is not as cute as your name is. So Eddie Houghton or Houghton. This is another murderer, another person that we are shaming. Who's this person? Okay, I don't know. We're going to find out soon. And we remember her. She was despicable. Yeah, she was the one who, quote unquote, triggered me, right? But just really was the last straw of my patience. Talking about the merits and goodness of her mom murdering their sibling and how her mom should have been able to murder her even. Just the nonsense.
Thank you.
All right, I'm just going to remind members that when you're at the well, you are not to direct your comments at any individual person or impugn anyone's motives. And
Okay, here's the thing, is that if your purpose of passing laws is to have babies be mass murdered, then your motive is to murder babies. And so you're impugning your own motive and then blaming others. This is total gaslighting, and it's not acceptable behavior to try to stifle free speech when it matters most. And when it comes down to speaking in accordance to right and wrong for the sake of the law, it's such a gaslight, and it's just wrong on multiple levels. And
that applies to both sides of the aisle, of course. Next on my list, I had Representative Young.
Young, okay. Yeah, this person is on our list here of murderers.
We've talked. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've talked a lot about the experiences of people who have had an abortion. And I wanted us to focus for a few minutes on some data from an excellent study that has been produced.
So Mary Young, Democrat. So this woman is another murderer.
In the United States. And this is called the Turnaway Study. And this study has resulted in 50 publications in peer-reviewed publications, including the Journal of American Medical Association, Pediatrics, Journal of...
Okay, well, yeah, we're not here to hear arguments trying to promote murder. We're just here to shame people who are worthy of shame because we love babies and baby lives matter. So this woman, as I remember, is very shameful. So let's find out her name and put it to her face.
Representative Herod.
This is Herod, the one whose name is fitting for a baby murderer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, I know it's late. So I thought I would start by telling you all a story, which some of you may or may not have heard. Many of you all know that my mom is an OBGYN, retired from service in the Army. She raised me as a single parent.
Okay, Leslie Herod. So apparently, somehow her hardships and her family's hardships are going to be some example of why we should murder babies. That's very Herod of her. And we've heard enough. Okay. So unfortunately, we're not done, but we are going to continue to be doing this the fast way. For the most part, there is going to come a moment when we're going to hear the other one of the prime sponsors. We are going to hear her out when she introduces the bill. So this is after midnight. So at midnight, they change it to the next day. Oh yeah, and this is when I wanted to show someone's absurd behavior. So Julie McCluskey. So this woman is murderous. She is on the list of murderous people, and then look how she's behaving about this serious topic. It's kind of really crazy. Now, like I mentioned earlier, these people are representatives. They do just 2-year terms rather than 4-year terms. So this is apparently her big publicity moment and her big celebrity moment, and she behaves really despicable. We'll see that here. Check it out. So she's getting a text from her husband. She wants to make sure that he sees her. She's very proud of being in front of the camera. And that's the woman at the bottom right over here. So keep your eye on her. I see she like moves her hand like, you hear what's going on, you know? Like counting like, get there, get there. And after everyone's been there for over 14 hours, she's making them wait because she wants her husband to be watching. Just really, really rude on just a surface level. Hey, look, you can see some dude hanging out outside the window. Looks like he has like hip hop pants on, like he's a hip hop guy. See, she's like, oh, like showing to her husband, you see me now. Look, I'm here.
There's 54 present, 11
Posing for her husband, waving for him.
excused. We have a quorum.
Oh, okay, they were waiting for other announcements and things. They weren't waiting on her. So she was just really hoping that he would be ready in time. So I overstated it some.
Representative McCluskey.
But her attitude is still really gross, even if she wasn't making everybody wait. So she's about to explain why she was acting so weird.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Everyone, my husband's watching. So would you turn and just wave? Hi, honey. Hi.
Poor guy. Like, he has attention being drawn to him. His last name is on the screen, presuming she took his last name. Julie McCluskey. This woman is murderous, and she's very lighthearted about it.
Honey. He is a loyal fan. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I move that the Journal of Friday, March 11th, 2022 be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk.
So that's just technical business. That's neither here nor there. That's completely inappropriate behavior when, oh, look, we get a close look at Dylan Roberts. Well, I'll check if his name is on the list. I'm confident it will be. Yep, Roberts. So we get a close look at this man and his first and last name, and he is also murderous. He was the one who was trying to stifle free speech if it was relevant against his murderous position.
Folders, floor minutes will be shown on his relax.
So he's just doing technical business.
For instance,
Dave! I'm always so glad to see Dave.
LGBTQ rights. How could we ever go?
Okay, this woman's talking fast, reading something she has prepared. So I appreciate that. Maybe we can hear her out a little more.
Relationship? Those restrictions.
I know she's going to go on for a while, apparently.
So we have
more longer than most of them do.
Representative Lindsay.
I rise in support of HB 1279.
Okay, she said she's in support because he said her name is Lindsay, but there's only a Lindsay on the list, a Lindsay. So apparently, a lot of people pronounce Lindsay. So there you go.
As the first state to decriminalize abortion and support women's right to vote.
Oh yeah, so Colorado a long time ago were the first state to decriminalize murder of some humans based on bigotry. And so she thinks that's some kind of honor for Colorado, but that's a very despicable point to have on your record. You know, if you correct it and you repent, Colorado, then that would erase that point. But that's really shameful, right? And I live in California, so it's shameful here too. But it is what it is.
I firmly believe that Colorado must act now and pass this bill because our country is reaching a crisis point.
Yeah, so I respect that for her evil doing. She wants to be effective at it. I wish I could get people on our side to be more effective at it like they are. That would be really nice. Yeah. That's why I said a lot of the things I said earlier, because we're getting outplayed by people who are absurd. We're getting outplayed by people who are absurd, because as absurd as their nonsense position is, they need to use good tactics and stuff. And as true as our position is, we're using absurd tactics like entertaining their nonsense and calling that fighting, right? Like, here, let me lay down for you and give you every advantage. And then when I can't get back up and I can't wrestle back up because I gave you every advantage, let me be like, I'm such a fighter, you know? Let's call murder abortion. Let's call murder abortion, and let's think that I'm a fighter, right? Like, whatever. If you want to fight, fight. But don't just cosplay and call yourself a fighter. So let's see. Let's find out who this person is. Oh, drama. Usually that's from drama when they're doing stuff like that.
Committee will come back to order. Representative Bradfield.
Okay, Bradfield. Let's see if that's on the list.
Thank
Nope.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Not on the list. Okay, lady, I appreciate that you're not on the list. Thank you for not being on the list. We appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. No, she wasn't talking to me. So I don't know if there's going to be anyone new to stop at for this. But then we'll go to the senators and we'll try to make quick work of that. I'm seeing a lot of honorable men and women step up to the microphone now. And we honored them in the previous episode, which I do need to edit so that it's more watchable. But it is up. It's the blue one, the blue episode, if you go to the playlist. And so, and I added...
In this circumstance, a viability determination has no actual medical purpose.
Oh, hold on.
It is not done for the medical benefit of the pregnant woman or her baby.
But I see Edwin here. Yeah, Edwin, good to see you again. So we stopped listening to a lot of arguments. We've talked about things enough, and now we're just bringing people's faces and names up who have signed the murderous bill in order to shame them. And so here is a summary of the murderous bill. Here's the murderous bill in full. Here is the earliest of the 4 videos of the hearings. And I want to get the other 3 videos in side chat too. And then I want to get all of this in the description later. So, yeah, we might not even have anything more from the House here, of the House of Representatives, Colorado House of Representatives. So I'm just scanning to see if there's anyone new that we may need to shame. So we shamed this woman earlier, so we don't need to be redundant. Here's Senator or Representative Luck. She is a very good lady, and so may as well show her while we're scanning past her. Yeah, we shamed her earlier. And that guy, if I remember right, he's on our side, but he fights in the wrong way. Oh, this guy, if I remember right, he's on the wrong side, and he should have gone up before he was so tired, because he kind of looks really terrible by the time he gets up there.
Representative Gray.
So Gray, let me check. Yeah, his name is on the list. So, and I'm not going to give him a hard time about looking so terrible at such a ridiculous hour. You can see the sun has come up. You can see out the window here, the sun has come up. They've been up all day and all night. Now, I didn't know in advance when these hearings were, so I eventually actually fell asleep when we were trying to watch these over at Emmaus Road. And so I'll add the Emmaus Road link to the description in a moment, or the side chat, I mean, in a moment. But if I had been able to prepare my sleep pattern to like sleep in until just before it started, then I could have stayed up for the whole thing. But since I didn't know about it in advance, I really wasn't able to make sure I was able to stay awake, and I just couldn't do it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of this debate has been centered around parents and kids. And unlike everybody else in this chamber, I've been actually parenting kids during this whole time. My kids slept on the couch. I slept on the floor next to them for a little while because they couldn't go to sleep when I wasn't there. But I do think the rights of parents are important.
Oh yeah, so that's why he's so tired and disheveled looking. Is he was taking care of his kids. He actually took a nap with them to be a good dad. So, I have nothing bad to say about that.
Go to sleep when I wasn't there.
And I like to get the person last
centered,
name. Did that
unlike
already?
everybody
Here it
else in this
is.
chamber.
So his name is Matt Gray, and he's promoting the murder of children, even though he has children of his own that he loves. And so that's always really weird and creepy, but it is what it is.
I've been actually parenting kids during this whole time. My kids slept on the couch. I slept on the floor next to them for a little while because they couldn't go to sleep when I wasn't there. But I do think the rights of parents are important. The rights of kids are important. And also, what we're doing right now is making this a place where it's almost impossible, if you're an active parent of children, to be here. I'm doing it, and we're figuring it out. But also, we should think both about the autonomy of parents, their ability to make the decisions that they want to make, parents or not parents, or the decision whether or not to have a child. And I support this bill. But also, we should think about the amount of pride we take in the performative thing we're doing right now.
And just Representative Gray,
Yeah,
only
I'm
in
done.
the spirit of consistency, if you
I'm
could
done.
tie this to the
I'm
bill.
done. That's all.
Representative Neville.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And, as mentioned earlier about religion informing your decisions, and I certainly do want to say that.
Okay, so I was putting a link up, was why I let him talk for so long. But yeah, Matt, what was his last name again? I'll recognize it if I just look at it on here real quick. I think so, anyway. No, I don't remember which one he is. Gray, Matt Gray. So there was Matt Gray, and he literally had nothing to say on the topic. Now, I understand he was all tired and stuff, and he apparently signed up to talk and then wasn't ready when the time came. And it's extremely the latest late, right? The sun has come up and all that. How long has the sun been up for by then? We see in the background. And they're in Colorado, so usually there'd be some mountains causing the sun to... Well, you still get light earlier. Yeah, it's only been up for a little bit. But this was before summer was coming, so sun was up for shorter hours to some extent. So I don't know, maybe 7 a.m. at that point. And they're still going at it until maybe 11 a.m. or something like that. So, okay, I don't recognize her, and she's a Democrat. Sirota, she's on the list, I'm pretty sure. That name is very familiar to me. Sirota or Sirata or however it's pronounced.
Control our own bodies, generation,
Emily.
futures.
So Emily Sirata, and she wants to control her own body. Well, in order to use your body to murder someone, or what? I mean, when it comes to this controlling your own body argument, rape is a crime. And so I would say we should have death penalty for that crime. But the thing is that with rape already being a crime, that's where bodily autonomy comes into the equation of whether or not you get pregnant. Right? It's really as simple as that. And so bodily autonomy bodily autonomy comes in on the end where rape is criminal, so the woman can choose not to become pregnant. It does not come in on the end where she chose to risk creating a child, and then she punishes that child for her own choice to risk to create the child. Then she punishes that child by murdering him or her, right? That is not the end where choice comes in, you know? I mean, seriously, like, what if someone adopted a child and then because the child was annoying, they murdered it and said, well, it's my own choice. I have autonomy in my own house. I own my house. I have autonomy in my house. And the child that I chose to adopt was annoying me. So, of course, I have a right to kill it because it was in my house. It's just absurd, right? So, there is a bodily autonomy argument to be made that rape should be a crime, and it is a crime. And so I'm glad her and I agree that bodily autonomy is significant. Very good. I don't know how she comes to such a nonsensical result. Miss Emily, the witch, shameful, shameful woman. Here, let's show this one again. This is the one who was glad that her sibling was murdered, which hit home for me because I've lost a sibling once. And there was a sibling I never met because he died at a very, very young age, decades before I was born. He would have been the oldest of us if he were alive today. And my oldest sister is 20 years older than I am, and I'm 38. So that can tell you about how old my parents are. Well, my dad, anyway. And she's not his biological daughter, but that's neither here nor there. He raised her from a very young age. Yeah, so check this out. This one is 11 hours. The other one was 14 hours plus. So they were literally doing the hearing for more than 24 hours straight. So, we can give some respect to everybody who was participating in a 24-hour hearing as far as handling the 24-hour hearing. And looks like this is live right now. CJ is having a debate about if eternal security is biblical. Not only is it biblical, but according to 1 John 5, denying eternal security is to not believe the gospel promise and to say that God lied about his son. But that's a whole different topic. Actually, I just need to close this. Oh, well, first, let me share the link to this. So that's how I'll get all the links into side chat. I'll just put them in as we go. So this is second half of first, and that is House hearing. And the other one is the Senate hearing. That's the difference between House and Senate, right? So, okay. Now we are going to listen to one more person because she is one of the chief sponsors and she's going to do like an introduction. But then hopefully I didn't just close the one I want. No, looks like I'm doing things correctly. Yep.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request.
So here's the majority leader I was thinking of earlier. He's the majority leader of the Senate. I didn't notice the majority leader of the House say anything.
Request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Minority Leader, thank you. Thank you for clearly explaining the rules, procedure, laws, and constitutional implications of this building. I think the people of Colorado are better off for it.
So Dominic Moreno, he's the majority leader, so I'm sure his name must be on the list. And it is. Oh, that's why names at the end of the list are out of alphabetical order. I guess they put the majority leader at the end. So probably the House majority leader is D. Valdez, who is also outside of alphabetical order. So that's interesting for Okay, maybe it's not interesting. It's just matter of fact.
Thank you for that. Colleagues, we are going to engage.
Yeah, so Dominic Moreno is a shameful man who is promoting the murder of babies and doing so in a position of power and needs to be Nuremberged.
In a very passionate debate. There's no doubt about that. It's a very personal debate as well for many people.
It's not personal. You know, murder being criminal is not really a personal matter. It's a very public matter. I don't know why they get so weird about this stuff.
For the part of the majority party, what I can say is that we are committed to a fair debate. All of the provisions that the minority leader referenced, the shows of force, won't be utilized unless we feel we have no other option. We will absolutely make sure that the debate and conversation is honored because the issue calls for that. So thank you for the grace that I think all of us will show today. There
is no grace in deliberately having babies murdered. There's absolutely no grace in that. They are being absolutely graceless by murdering babies. I don't know why he is trying to share. And it's not gracious to go soft on these people either, because we should have grace for the murder victims, not for the murderers. So, now I think for pragmatic reasons, when you're in political office doing the political thing, you have to conduct yourself in that way. I should say legislative. When you're in the legislative office doing legislative things, you must conduct yourself properly for the task at hand. So while it would be nice for them to be as passionate as the truth calls for, I'm not going to blame anyone for doing their job right when they're in a position of having to do a job, you know? But I'm not necessarily going to say it's gracious to be gracious to murderers. The gracious thing that they're doing is they're speaking the truth against murder. Now, when we did our episode honoring lawmakers, I don't even know if I touched on the Senate because a lot of time went by. And there's basically no Republicans in the Senate for whatever reason. I guess because they're more political than the House because they have 4-year terms. And they often go up for re-election and stuff, at least in the federal Senate. So anyway, there's basically no one here on the Republican side who really addresses the argument in a proper Christian truth-based way. They all get down into the mud of the nonsense and think that that's like the way to fight for some reason.
confidence that we should all have in each other as colleagues to stand by our beliefs and be firm in them, but to approach this discussion.
Yeah, no one cares about anyone's beliefs. Humans are humans, and murder is criminal, and there's nothing about passing legislation that changes any of those simple facts. Humans are humans, murder is murder, and murderers are murderers. It really is that simple. And so I don't care about anyone's beliefs or anything. No one should be going into legislation to argue their beliefs or whatever, right? That's just stupid. It's about God's beliefs. His beliefs are the only beliefs that matter. And if we're conforming to God's beliefs with our beliefs, then his beliefs matter and we're voicing them. And so God's beliefs matter. And that's the end of it. Our beliefs just do not matter. My beliefs do not matter. Your beliefs do not matter. Only God's beliefs matter. That is just a fact of reality. The Lord of Lords, King of Kings, the Savior, Jesus Christ, his beliefs in agreement with God the Spirit and God the Father, the beliefs of the triune Godhead are the only beliefs that are significant in a legislative discussion. End of discussion. And in terms of people expressing beliefs anyway.
less from a point of view of immediately, instinctively trying to demonstrate why each other is wrong, but instead listening and understanding.
No, the debate is already over. We've all been through this topic for years. We don't need to pretend dishonestly and untruthfully that the debate is still happening, especially when we have been seeing for the past almost 4 hours just how absurd the quote unquote debate is. So, I mean, this guy has a really weird perception of reality. It's not truth based.
And if we ultimately disagree,
who cares about our disagreement or not? Babies are literally being murdered while you guys are talking. They're literally being murdered right now while I'm talking, right? There's certain hours of the day when legalized murder is not happening in the United States. I don't think they do it at like 2 a.m. or whatever. But aside from that sort of thing, like, it's going on all the time. There's some woman somewhere with her legs spread open with a man with metal weapons sticking into her in order to rip her child apart limb for limb, right? I'm not saying that literally that's happening all the time, because that's not the way. Sometimes it's chemical burning to death, or it's just sucking them out with a vacuum tube because they're really small. But the point is trying to let the reality of what we're talking about sink in by giving one of the more drastic versions of the example. Murder does not have to be committed in the most drastic way in order for it to be wrong.
at least acknowledging and understanding why someone holds the beliefs that they do.
Yeah, we understand because humans are sinful and they hate God unless they're born again. And so since they hate God, they also hate humans, and they have hate and murder and darkness in their heart. And they are motivated to do the works of their father, the devil, who was a murderer from the beginning. We understand very clearly, and we understand your motives. We have the only true teacher, the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, and he has taught us about your motives. So let's get that back on the screen again. I went through this in detail earlier, but there's literally a satanic billboard trying to promote abortion. And so the meme says, "You are of your father, the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning." You are of your father, the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning. So, yeah, we know your motives. We see you. We see who you are, and we are here to shame you. Some Colorado lawmakers want cute little 9-week-old babies murdered. Let's shame them. So we know your motives. We're not idiots. We are servants of the Lord and students of the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, who teaches us the truth. Amen.
That is constructive dialogue.
I hope he was talking about what I just said and not the weird stuff he was just talking about. Because what I'm saying actually is constructive dialogue.
And I look forward to the discussion that we are going to have here shortly. So thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say the Senate will resolve. Will take
They're
the
just
chair.
doing some business. Committee of the Whole, cow. Committee of the Whole, cow. Okay, I'll refrain from any jokes.
The committee will come to order. The quote rule is relaxed for sergeants, members, and staff of the chamber. Will the clerk read the title to House Bill 1279?
House Bill 1279, Representatives Froelich and Esgar, Senators Gonzalez, concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive health care decisions free from government interference.
Mayor Gonzalez. Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, what an honor and a privilege to serve along each one of you today. There are so many ways that we could begin this debate and dialogue. And I want to start off by expressing my gratitude, not to us, because we signed up for this work. I want to start off by thanking the sergeants, by thanking the custodians.
Okay, Julie Gonzalez. And I mean, I guess she does kind of look like her picture, she just has different colors of makeup on, which makes her look a lot different. But yeah, so Senator Julie Gonzalez, she is one of the 3 main sponsors, so she is especially emphatic about desiring for babies to be murdered. She's all about it. It's her passion. She's fighting for it, and she's willing to make a disgrace of herself in public in order to have it happen. Because this is disgraceful, what she is doing here, and she's doing it in public.
By thanking the nonpartisan staff, by thanking the bill drafters, the fiscal analysts, the people who ensure that this institution functions and that we treat each other with dignity and respect.
No, if you want to treat each other with dignity and respect, then you have to respect that humans are humans, right? Because we all care about other humans, you know, those of us who are not wicked and evil, but Jesus Christ has made us new. We care about other humans. And so you can't be promoting the murder of other humans and think that that is a respectful way to treat us in any shape, way, or form whatsoever. I am not selfish enough to be like, well, she's not murdering me, so now she's respecting me. Like, you know, we don't come from that sort of a selfish place where you can just murder other humans and then that's respecting us. We're not that self-centered, you know? And so you are not respecting anyone at all whatsoever. You are a villain and an enemy of humanity. Look at that enemy of humanity right there. Shameful.
Every bill, every day, every night, as long as it takes. We do our best work when we listen to one another. We do our best work. Listen, appreciate each other's perspectives, understand.
I appreciate and understand your perspective. I totally appreciate and understand your perspective. Let me see, where did I put it? There it is. You are of your father, the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning. I completely appreciate and understand that. You're welcome for being respectful to your choices. I'm not going to pretend your choices are not your choices. You have made your choices, and I am honoring them by speaking truthfully about them, because I am pro-choice also. And if you want to choose to express that you are of your father, the devil, a murderer, then I have full respect for your choice.
Implications of policy. Y'all have heard me use this word multiple times. Simultaneity. This idea that multiple things can be true, that the way that a policy may impact my constituents may be different for the way that it impacts yours. And that's okay. The way in which we debate these policies is as important as the policy itself.
You're saying that the way that you debate to promote murdering children is just as important as whether or not children are murdered. It's just really disgusting. We'll just see just how disgusting and shameful this woman's going to get, as it might get worse for all I know.
And so I want to extend my gratitude to both the minority leader and the majority leader, to the chair, and to now to each one of you, because we're in a moment in which we have had to navigate multiple crises.
This is just dumb. This is so dumb.
We've
Is it
had
gonna,
to stretch
it's going to get less dumb.
to figure out how we're going to respond. And there is we could talk about the pandemic, we could talk about the economic crisis, we could talk about all of these different policies. But we find ourselves in a moment right now in which we, once again, have the opportunity to not be reactive. We have the opportunity to.
I actually think that what she's doing is she has nothing much to say in her favor, because what she's promoting is murder. And so in order to make it seem like she's not just going up there for just a couple minutes, like, you know, the other ladies put together were up there for, I think, less than 10 minutes, and she by herself is going to be up there for more than 10 minutes. I think she's just really desperate for things to say. So this is like when you give a presentation in elementary school, and I say elementary school because, you know, hopefully we all grew out of talking slowly and putting gaps in because we're required to do 5 or 10 minutes of presentation, but we didn't write a whole lot to say, right? Hopefully that was more in our early days than later on. But yeah, so this is like in elementary school, or when you're writing a book report or something and you're putting filler in. I think this is just filler.
Lead. In 1967, Colorado led by becoming the first state in the nation to permit access to abortion care.
Okay, so we're on that topic
Years
again.
prior
Mentioned
to
it earlier. It's
the
shameful.
1973 landmark Roe versus Wade case.
Roe versus Wade is
I could
also
tell you
shameful.
about the not one, but the 2 direct legal challenges to Roe v. Wade that the Supreme Court is considering this year.
And they're not really legal challenges because Roe v. Wade is not a law. What Roe v. Wade is a court made an absurd decision approving of murder, and there's really nothing more to it than that. So who cares, right? It's a sheriff's job to enforce the law. It's not their job to be submitted to wrongful court decisions. And it's not the job of court decisions to legislate. Murder is a crime. Murder is murder. Humans are humans.
And the multiple restrictionist policies advancing in state legislatures across the country that threaten my ability and the ability of millions of Americans like me to access reproductive health care.
It's not, the murder is not health care. That's just stupid.
Tell you about all of the debate that we have had in the House committee, on the House floor, in the Senate committee. I've received hundreds of emails. I've read each and every one of them. We've heard hours of debate and testimony. Done my best to listen to every single minute. To those of y'all who served in the Senate Judiciary Committee, you've heard these 2 stories that I'm about to tell you, but I think that they help for me to explain why I'm so passionate about this policy, why I'm so passionate about this issue. The first is when I was a young girl, my sophomore year in Deep South Texas. We had this English class, Mrs. Reisinger, where we would debate big topics of the day. Now, remember when we had a debate about abortion? My sophomore English class. I remember stating really clearly, well, bless you, I would never find myself in that position.
Okay, I don't know who that was that sneezed, but, you know, it's the greater that is able to bless the lesser. And this disgusting woman should not be assuming to bless anyone ever under any circumstance. She is a murderer of babies, and she has fought to get to a position of power so that she can enforce that babies are allowed to be murdered.
But I guess I think that others who need it should be able to access it. And weeks afterwards, I remember what it felt like to learn that the girl who sat behind me in that English class had just had an abortion. I remember what it felt like.
Did you give her the gospel and tell her to repent, or did you hate her? Which of the two?
Face flushing because I realized that I had judged her without knowing her personal circumstances.
Okay, well, what are we going to like take violent criminals and start being like, well, let's assess their personal circumstances and not judging whether violent crime is wrong. And this is just so stupid. This is just dumb. Okay, it's time to speed this up.
I've done my best throughout my life to never judge people in that way, to never repeat that mistake again.
Okay, judgment is less about speaking your opinion out loud, and it's more about actually, when you talk about how we shouldn't judge people, like in Romans 14, it's not like, you know, the way that I should not judge Apologia for calling their ministry End Abortion Now. It's not that I should therefore refuse to speak up that using the euphemism abortion is wrong, untruthful, and counterproductive. But it's that, look, they're fellow brothers in the Lord, and Christ is going to be their judge. And so I'm not going to like judge them. I'm not going to try to have them canceled. I'm not going to berate them and this and that, right? But the thing is that if you're talking about letting people murder babies, that is a judgment against babies. In fact, when you literally write into law that preborn humans supposedly have no, I say supposedly because obviously you can't just legislate human rights or lack of human rights, right? But supposedly you want to legislate that preborn humans have no independent or even derivative rights. And so how can you be legislating a judgment that these humans don't have human rights and then say that you seek to never judge anyone? This is so hugely, despicably, blatantly, violently evil. So evil and so hypocritical, so dishonest, such gaslighting, so ugly and disgusting. I wish I could use harsher words. I wish there were harsher words to use. Atrocious, abominable. It's hard to tolerate. Nuremberg trials. That's what we need. It's time. It's past time to start taking these people to trial for their crimes.
The second story I want to tell you is one from just a few months ago, September of 2021. The Texas abortion ban, Senate Bill 8, has just gone into effect. Abortion ban. The Texas abortion ban, Senate Bill 8, has just gone into effect. And a spontaneous rally organizes itself here on the west steps of the Capitol. And I find myself
a spontaneous rally, like with all this Marxist stuff going on. Oh, there was zero Marxists involved politically and deliberately setting up the rally. Like, you know, it's all just spontaneous. Like, what does spontaneous even mean? Like, as opposed to what? Right? Like, if one set of people organize a rally, it's a conspiracy, but then if another set of people organize it, it's organic and spontaneous. Like, it's just playing with words. It doesn't even mean anything.
standing alongside hundreds of Coloradans, young people who are terrified about what
they're terrified that they won't get to murder. Do you see how disgusting it is? Like, who would be terrified that they don't get to murder? Well, a murderer. Someone who is so religiously passionate about their murdering that it terrifies them if they don't get to murder. Wow, it's crazy. It's so crazy. Okay, well, let's get it going again. Give me a moment to juggle tabs. There we go.
the state of Texas's actions are going to mean for us here in Colorado. I'm listening to older Coloradans who remember the before times, not of the before times of the pandemic, but the before times prior to 1967 in Colorado, prior to
The before times. What is it? When I was a sinner, I watched that movie Sin City, and they talked about like the bad old days or whatever. Or like, it's just kind of like, it's a mythos style way of talking about it. The before times. And like, not even describing it, giving it this epic mythological title, the before times. This is crazy.
to 1973 in America, before access to abortion care was a reality in this country. There's a lot of hushed tones and whispers.
What if murder is not care? Like, who goes around calling murder care? This woman is so silly. She is such a clown.
One of my constituents comes up to me.
This is why the other women said less, because the more she says, the more of a clown she is. Look at that big red nose and all that face paint. What a silly person. Silly to murder. I mean, ugh. We would laugh if it wasn't so atrocious.
And says, look, this rally is nice and all, but I want to know what you're going to do. And colleagues, my response to that constituent
is I'm a murderer too. I'll go ahead and lock arms with you for the cause of murdering innocent babies. Of course, that's your response. I mean, the way she's trying to tell a story like it's all virtuous is just falling so flat and lame. This is pathetic.
My response to Leah is this bill, House Bill 1279. The title of this policy is concerning the codification of a person's fundamental right to make reproductive health care decisions free from government interference.
Okay, what does that have to do with saying that there are some humans who bigotiously you declare they have no independent or derivative rights? And then you're saying it's healthcare, but at the same time you're legislating that supposedly not all humans have human rights. This is such gaslighting craziness. It really is.
This bill would modernize our state statutes, acknowledging the leadership role that we have taken in the past and that we are called again to take here now by establishing three things. First, that every individual has the fundamental right to choose or to refuse contraception. Second, that every individual who becomes pregnant has the fundamental right to choose to continue a pregnancy and give birth or to have an abortion. And third, that a fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus does not have independent rights under the laws of the state of Colorado.
Do you see that? Again, they schemed this because they both did the exact same thing. They both said they don't have independent rights, but they left out the or derivative part, which is written into the bill. I mean, it's gotten to the point that I feel like I have to screen share it and prove what I'm saying because they're gaslighting so hard that it's like, is it really written in there? Because they keep not saying it, you know? Yeah, so here we go. The status introduced, passed, became law. What terrible news. Okay, let's see where the summary is of it. Related bills, patient safety, coroner stuff. So county coroner and mortuary mental health programs, I guess dealing with dead people is hard, and then especially when you're starting to get them in like little Ziploc baggies and in weird forms because they're murdered babies, and it's like, honestly, yeah, as I never thought about that. Well, I don't know if they even go to coroners. I don't think they do, so I don't even know how that's related. Okay, well, this just opens up the entire bill. There used to be a summary. I'm not sure where the summary is or why I'm not finding it. But let me see. A fertilized egg, embryo, or fetus. So that's a preborn human. They're trying to be sly about it, but it's a preborn human. That's an indisputable fact anyway. Does not have any independent or derivative rights under the laws of this state. Or derivative. It's right there. Liars, murderous liars. Here, I'm just going to do it this way real quick. Just copy and paste the link. You are of your father, the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning. What happens if we read that verse more in full here? You are of your father, the devil, and you want to do the desires of your father. This is what God has to say about their motives. God says, these words came out of the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. I'm not talking specifically to these people, but it does apply. You are of your father, the devil, and you want to do the desires of your father. He was a murderer from the first and does not stand in the truth because there is no truth in him. Whenever he speaks a deception, a falsification, he speaks from his own nature because he is a liar and the father of lies. He is a deceiver, a falsifier, and the father of deception and falsification. Liar and murderer. This woman is a liar and a murderer. She is of her father, the devil. And she's proud of it.
We heard a lot of testimony and debate in committee. And what I have to say, upon reflection of this moment, I have to say, I was driving in this morning and I was listening to the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee debating and questioning the most recent U.S. Supreme Court nominee, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
The one that can't even tell what a man or a woman is, that sort of nonsense. And then a lot of the apostate church were just worshiping her. She's of her father, the devil, as well. You two are sisters, truly so, truly sisters.
And as our country debates these issues of how we're going to treat each other, not when things are easy, but when things are hard, let us do the same.
Whatever. You're talking about being a murderer of babies, and then you're asking for good treatment. The reason that things are going to be held with decorum is because that's the way this task is done. It's not because murderers deserve to be treated that way. Don't flatter yourself, woman. Don't flatter yourself. Thinking that during what she's doing that she deserves respectful treatment, she is just flattering herself to high heaven. And what I mean by that is she is saying she will build her throne at the furthest of the north. She will sit on the throne of God. She will be the arbiter of life and death.
We're going to debate this bill, and I welcome the dialogue.
Yeah, you'll welcome the dialogue because you're not going to bother to respond to truth. You hate God, so you want to murder humans who are made in God's image because you hate the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, whose blood has set you apart in the sense that all humanity is now set apart. We are to call no man unset apart. And so you owe to believe in him. You have been offered propitiation, which is for you. And if you trample that underfoot, there is no sacrifice for you. There is no other sacrifice. There is no other hope. That you're attached to who you are now. You don't want to be any different. And you choose yourself over God. Let me show my gospel presentation now. It's in context now. There is the 1-minute gospel challenge that a lot of us were working, that a lot of us tried. And I thought about not doing it because I'm like, a minute's not enough. But then I thought it would be a good exercise, and I think I could do something good with it. Maybe that's one of the reasons I've got 9+ notifications. Maybe there's more likes and more comments. Well, I don't get notifications for likes, but more comments on that gospel video. I don't know because I'm busy right now. But it is relevant to this topic. So let me share the good news in a minute or less. And I struggled to get it down to under a minute, and I sped up just the tiniest bit to make it happen, and then I got it down like a few seconds with a few seconds extra, which is neither here nor there. I'm just making conversation. What is here or there are the is what is said in the gospel presentation, right? The good news is the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. He died on the cross, raised from the dead, ascended to his godly throne, and has promised that those merely truly believing on his promise are judged by his righteousness, have passed from death to life, and can never die. It is written, the condemnation is that the light has arrived into the world, and humans love the darkness more than the light because their works have been toilsome. Unbeliever, you are attached to your own self-identity and are earning your wages of eternal destruction. To become alive in him is to die to all that you now are. It is written, everything not done in faith is missance of the mark. Jesus Christ is the mark you've missed. He is the light and life. Your best deeds are filthy evil. Your life is death. He has made this obvious, and you are without excuse. It is written, God gives good gifts to them who ask. Only God can persuade you of the truth. In your deepest heart, beg him to persuade your honesty. Change your mind or perish. Oh, there we go. The gospel in very short time, and relevant to the point that she has chosen herself over God and she hates God. As we all did. Because let's face it, right? We were all, as were some of us. And, you know, I'm not going to split hairs about which things I did do and which things I did not do. What's that? Just, why does it look like that? Sorry, I'm annoying. Anyway, I'm not going to split. I'm literally splitting hairs about something that matters even less. But no, I'm not going to split hairs about the difference between who I was as the old man and who this woman is. But what I am going to do is say that there is no comparison between someone who has been washed by the blood of the only Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and someone who is out there promoting the murder of babies. Change your mind or perish, woman. It's not too late. Accept the gospel. I think her name was Julie Gonzalez, if I remember correct. Accept the gospel, woman. He's there for you. He is your Lord. And if you'll have him, he is also your Savior.
I welcome the exchange of ideas. But after listening to the testimonies of people who have had to make incredibly important decisions,
if it's so important, then how can it be acceptable, right? Because why is it so important? Because someone's being murdered. I guess she's trying to say for other reasons, but whatever. If you're going to disregard the person who's murdered, why not just disregard everything else, right? Why not just, oh, I'm just ignoring it? Why ignore part of it and not the rest of it? It's all about evil. It's all about darkness.
under the most difficult of circumstances, I remain so steadfastly committed and so proud.
So proud. You need to be humbled if you want any hope of escaping eternal destruction.
Of this policy, because I do believe that it,
no one cares about your beliefs. No one cares about my beliefs. We only care about the beliefs of the only one who is right, the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, in agreement with his Spirit, the Spirit, God the Spirit, and God the Father, the only triune God. The only beliefs that matter are their beliefs, because they are right and the rest of us are wrong.
an individual should make those decisions without any of us.
Yeah, if they make the decision to murder, then they should also get the death penalty. It's that simple. I mean, we can't go around trying to prevent murderers from murdering. I mean, we can try, but there's so many limits on that. It'd be hard to do. But we certainly shouldn't be making it easy and safe for them. Seriously, we shouldn't be making murder safe. That's ludicrous. It's abominable. It's atrocious.
Putting our thumb on the scale.
Think about putting your thumb down like that to crush an ant, or to crush a little baby who's weaker than you.
Or to refuse every individual who becomes pregnant a pregnancy and give
I think I went backwards, but I don't remember her saying these things.
birth, to refund first all that we have taken in the past and that we are called again in
Going on
application
here?
of a person's fundamental right, free
Okay, I lost my
U.S.
place.
Supreme Court nominee.
Here we go.
Make those decisions. Putting
There
our
it
thumb.
is. You just want to crush a little preborn baby just like they're an ant or something.
us.
That's what I see when I see her doing that. Just putting her thumb down on those innocent lives.
Putting our thumb
Just
on the scale.
squishing them out of
Without
existence.
any of
Just
us
snuff out those babies. Yeah, putting your thumb
Say-
down. Hypocrite. Hypocrite.
saying you can or cannot do this. In those most precious, complicated,
Precious is children. Here, there's a scripture on that, on children being a blessing. Let me see. I'll use the internet to help me find it more quickly. Bible, children, gift. Because that's in the Bible. 6 Bible verses about children, a gift from God. Okay. Psalm 113, verse 9. He makes the barren woman remain in the house as a joyful mother of children. Praise Yehovah. Okay, I don't think that's on topic. That seems like a total misapplication. But here's Psalm 127, verse 3. Behold, children are a gift from Yehovah. The fruit of the womb is a reward. Amen. So here is Genesis 33, verse 5. he lifted up his eyes and saw the women and the children and said, "Who are these with you?" So he said, "The children whom God has graciously given your servant." And then Joseph said to his father in Genesis 48, verse 9, "They are my sons whom God has given me here." So he said, "Bring them to me, please, that I may bless them." And then here in Joshua 24, that's not really right there on topic the way that I would like. Here's Proverbs 17, though, verse 6. "Grandchildren are the crown of old men, and the glory of sons is their fathers. Family, family, amen." And then I guess the gift of the Lord. I thought there was one where it uses the word blessing instead of gift, but maybe that's just the same thing translated differently, or maybe I'm one is I typed in bile instead of Bible, but it still gave me pretty good results. Children are a blessing. Okay, let's see. 17 Bible verses about children being a blessing, it says here. So I already read that one. Okay, Psalm 115, verse 14, "May Yehovah give you increase, you and your children." Okay, Psalm 127, verse 4, "Like arrows in the hand of a warrior, so are the children of one's youth." I'll make my face bigger while I'm saying these good things. So, the very next verse, "How blessed is the man whose quiver is full of them." How blessed are you if you've got many children of your youth. "They will not be ashamed when they speak with their enemies in the gate." So I think there's something more to that. But the Proverbs 31 woman, it says, "Her children rise up and bless her, her husband also, and he praises her," saying something to her praise that's not written here. But we'll keep on topic. "A righteous man who walks in his integrity, how blessed are his sons after him." That's not quite what we're looking for, but it's nice. "They blessed Rebekah and said to her, 'May you, our sister, become thousands of 10,000s.'" So that's tens of millions. "And may your descendants possess the gate of those who hate them." Luke 2:23 is quoting from the Old Testament, "As it is written in the law of the Lord, every firstborn male that opens the womb shall be called set apart to Yehovah." Yeah, it says here in Proverbs 5:18, "Let your fountain be blessed and rejoice in the wife of your youth." And I don't know exactly what that means, but anyway, so there's not so many verses about it, but there is the simplicity of Psalm 127, verse 3. "Behold, children are a gift from Yehovah. The fruit of the womb is a reward." Amen. So what was I responding to? Some
Saying
ridiculousness?
you can or cannot do this. In those most precious.
Because children are precious. You know, murdering children is not precious. This is so backwards, upside down, and disgusting.
Complicated.
It's not complicated. Children are a blessing. No one in their right mind would want to murder a child. And that you would think people should want to murder children sometimes means you're absolutely not in your right mind. This is madness. Okay, I'll try to calm down, but children are being murdered. You know, I mean, I live on the West Coast, and probably for the most part, the clinics, the murder mills have closed. But during the rest of this live stream earlier, there was murders in progress of children, and I stand by my zeal.
Sometimes difficult moments. That decision should be between the pregnant person and their doctor.
Oh, God, if you want to murder your own child, God will judge. There's nothing that's not between us and God, right? Everything, God sees all, and every deed done in darkness will come to light and be given account for and will be judged. Change your mind or perish, woman. And anyone following in like suit, in like fashion as she is.
Pregnant person and their family. No one of us as a politician should get in the way.
Well, what about the child that's murdered? That's part of the pregnant woman's family. Do they get a say in it? Well, they don't have a voice yet. Let us be their voice, right? And here's something that will be their voice for. Some Colorado lawmakers want me murdered. Let's shame them. Amen. Rightly so.
And that's what this bill enshrines and protects. And so with that, Madam Chair,
You get those words enshrine and protect out of your filthy mouth. I was actually angry that time. You know, passion for the truth is not the same as anger. I try not to be angry, and I rarely get angry. I was thinking, and this isn't right, or maybe it is under this circumstance, that I would want to slap that murderous mouth. This is not right. This is not okay.
with that, Madam Chair, I want to thank you for the debate that we're about to have.
I'm not going to have your precious debate that's so precious to you because it lets you feel justified in murdering. No, I'm standing on the truth, and the truth is this is not a debate. Murdering humans is not debatable. That is absurd and disgusting and not debatable. And that's the truth. And that's where I stand, walking by faith and not by sight.
And for all of our discussion for the afternoon. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
The court rule is relaxed.
Man, I
also
am
for the
absolutely indignant now. That was unbearable, intolerable. Okay.
Perspectives. They likely had.
I think this guy might be a murderer too.
The most
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't remember.
We
And their family.
Let's see. Still got to. So now we're going to be fast forwarding, just getting people's faces and
With that,
names on
Madam Chair.
screen to shame them. I have a list of which ones are the murderers, at least which ones sponsored the bill. It's not everyone who voted for the bill.
I want to
Or maybe it is. Maybe they're all sponsoring it.
thank you
I don't know.
for the debate that we're about to. And for
Don't.
The court rule is relaxed also for the media. And with that, I'm going to call on Senator Lundeen.
The coat rule, so everyone's supposed to wear a coat so things look right, but they're relaxing it for people who are media, but apparently not for the politicians. That's neither here nor
Thank
there.
you very much, Madam Chair.
What's this man's name?
That I'm going to call on Senator Lundeen.
Senator Lindy. I think his name is on the list. No, it's not. I guess I was thinking of Lindsay, who is one of the House representatives. So let's not be shaming someone who is not on the shameful side of this. Let's be careful.
Chair, I rise in firm opposition to House Bill 1279.
Okay, I like that he started with the word firm. Very good. I do know that the Senate They did a lot more getting into the mud and debating, and a lot less standing on where the truth truly stands, you know? A lot less of that. So I'm trying to see what her position is, if she's a Democrat or not, but it's right behind that. Oh, if I just play it, that'll disappear.
A familiar face in the Capitol, who also happens to be my constituent, grabbed me to chat on the brass rail, right? A familiar occurrence in this building, and something that I'll duly miss looking around that brass rail, wondering what ideas, conversations, and thoughts are being shared.
So Carrie Donovan is a Democrat. Let's see if she's on the list. Donovan, yeah, she's probably the assistant majority leader or something, because she's at the end of the list, just behind Moreno, who is the majority leader. So she is a leader amongst murderers. President pro tempore. Whatever that means. Who cares? But that's why she was at the end of the list instead of in alphabetical order. So Carrie Donovan, shameful, shameful woman. A disgrace to womanhood, a disgrace to humanhood.
And something that I'll duly miss looking around that brass rail.
Yeah, no one cares what you're going to duly miss. What we care about is that you are pushing murder on a mass scale because you are a mass murderess.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
A tough topic. Thank you, friend.
It's not a tough topic. It's one of the easiest, simplest topics anyone could address. Seriously.
You're Sarah Smallwood.
It's like saying 2 + 3 = 5 is a tough topic. Well, I mean, you know, it's a lot less big a deal. 2 + 3 = 5. So if someone's going to be ridiculous about that, that's like not as straightforward because it's not as big a deal, right? When it matters more, we be more straightforward about it. My internet's being problematic. I'm just going to hope that it's not interfering. We're going to press through. What was his name?
Thank you, Sarah Smallwood.
Senator Smallwood. I don't remember that name. He's not on the list. So we're not going to, I don't know these people as well as the House, so we're not going to double check if he's not on the list. I'm just going to assume not to shame him. Actually, I think I do recognize him. Yeah, he's a decent guy. Okay, I won't make any assumptions about this woman based on how she looks at first glance. Just rewinding it back some. We're close. Okay.
Colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Sarah Smallwood. And I considered you a friend yesterday and today, and I will consider you a friend tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I'm not considering people who are pushing mass murder to be my friends, bottom line. And hopefully, I mean, I guess maybe he was saying that they'll be friends anyway. And that's not the right thing to say. You got to have your priorities straight. Murdering babies is a bigger deal than being cordial in lawmaking. It just is. You know, the reason you're being cordial in lawmaking is to do your job, not because it's somehow the right thing to do.
Sarah Hawkins Lewis.
Hopkins Lewis. Let's see. Oh, Yaquez Lewis. Or Hawkwiz. So they pronounced it Hawkwiz Lewis. So yeah, she's one of the murderers. So we'll get a good look at her murderous face. And maybe we'll see her first murderous name. I mean murderous with an O-U-S, even though she's female, so it could be with an E-S-S. We don't. Either way is okay.
Thank you now and in the future, and with you on healthcare. I am not someone's issue. I'm wrong.
Sonia Jacques Lewis. And look, you're promoting the murder of babies. We've been through enough of details about the topic. We don't care why you're doing it. That guy is a decent guy, even if he doesn't really argue the points from the best footing. Or maybe at times he does, actually. I don't remember. I don't remember for sure who this guy is, so before I say something, I don't want to begin at assumptions.
We'll still be having this debate. Thank you.
Well, we shouldn't still be having this debate because it's a silly thing to debate. And the babies deserve better than for us to keep pretending something's a debate when it's obvious. They deserve better.
Senator Liston.
Okay, Liston, is he on the list then? See what I did there? And he is not on the list. So in the interest of time, I'm going to skip.
I couldn't quite very,
we'll
very
kind of see if his name pops up.
No, we're Denner.
He's a Republican, so if he's on the list and he's Republican, it's safe to assume he's not on the wrong side of this. Safe enough anyway. You know, it's not like this live stream is really making a big difference per se, right?
It's logical.
I want to do my part, and I want to demonstrate the proper, truthful perspective to this topic.
And
maybe I should have mentioned that at the introduction, at the onset, right? Why am I taking this time? Why am I taking this time to shame murderers to a tiny audience and to, you know, I don't have to make a big difference. I can be humble. I don't have to be big. I do want to make the right difference in truth according to God. And the purpose of this live stream is to, at the very least, to people who may address the topic in a more compromised way, to demonstrate for clarification purposes and example, and to call people with me in the same, to demonstrate standing where the topic truthfully is. And I know sometimes we think, well, we don't want to chase them away from the discussion because we want to change their mind. Trust the truth. Trust God. Let him change minds. It's not true that this is still a debate. It's just not. And you're not going to do God's work by standing at distance from the truth. That's not the way to do it. We've got to walk by faith and not by sight. All we can do is be truthful and trust God, who is the truth.
I'm sure it's like, gosh.
Okay, I think this woman's on our side, as I remember.
You all, thank you very much.
I may be wrong.
Senator Janal.
Janal. That sounds like the kinds of names that were on the list. No, I don't see. Oh, Janal with a G. Yep, that she's on the list. She is one of the murderers. Unless that happens to be a different name that just looks like it would sound like that. Or you know what I mean?
Just want to get it right. First, I want to say
I remember her
to
now.
both sides of the aisle, all of my colleagues, you are my friends.
Well, yeah, of course. Senator Palpatine here. Or, he was when he became the Sith Lord Emperor was when he looked like this. And maybe that seems really rude. I don't know. But I kind of think there's aspects of what someone looks like that are just age or something. And there's aspects of what someone looks like that expresses who they are. Like, look at my face. I'm only 38 years old, but when I smile, I got lines everywhere. I look a lot older without my beard, but those are called smile lines, right? See? And yeah, you know, different people look different because of what spirits indwell them and how they wear their face. And the demons that indwell a person alter what their face looks like over time. They really do. It's a fact of life. And so that's what I'm trying to appeal to when I insult her face. I'm not trying to insult her age. I don't think there's anything bad looking about looking old, not at all. But there is something bad looking about looking evil.
And this is not an easy subject to.
Yes, it is. It's one of the easiest topics imaginable. Should the most innocent, most defenseless humans be up for grabs as far as murder, right? Just, you can murder them if you want. I mean, I get not everyone's allowed to murder them, but that's just hypocrisy. It's not really much better.
To talk about, to debate about. I've learned
Joanne Ginal. So her name is on the list. She is one of the murderers. If there was more than one person with the last name Ginal, then the list would have her first initial on it. And so we do know just from her last name alone that is the same person. And so we've done enough of listening to nonsense. So we're just going to skip right past that.
And, but, you know.
Story.
The link is in the description if you want to hear nonsense. Or, sorry, in the side chat. I'll be adding it to the description. So if you're watching it later,
Thank you,
it should
Madam
be in the description if you're watching it enough later, not just
There is an
10 minutes after
unspeakable
I'm done.
bond between women.
But it's also in the side chat.
It follows us wherever we go.
Wearing
Whether
the
it be at
mask is a
grocery
pretty good clue of which side she's on, but let's hear her name.
Story.
Thank you.
Senator Story.
Story is on the list of sponsors of this murderous bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Secret club.
I'm glad
Hey,
she took
oh,
off her
yes.
mask so that we can see her face for her shame. This woman, Tammy Story, is promoting the murder of babies. Let's move on. I don't like shaming people. I'm getting exhausted of it. You know, I'm not the guy who's getting up in the morning hoping that there's someone that I can say bad things about. But truth of this matter is important.
And I urge my colleagues to do the same.
Senator Priola.
I couldn't quite understand that. It looks like he's not on the list. I don't see any names that look like how that sounds. So
They
we'll skip
but
to where
men off the hook for their
Priola,
responsibility.
Republican,
And
not on the list.
Cornell are
Okay,
surplus
That's kind of sufficient information.
after caring.
This guy sure looks like a Republican. But you never know. Just an older gentleman in a
Catholics
suit.
and Baptists agree on.
Minority leader. Okay.
Judged.
Meaning
choice. Her only.
I remember this guy. He's
that I can
totally a villain. Woodward. Let me check that he's on the list. That I'm not mistaken.
Have
Because it's possible I just remember he made a really bad argument and I didn't like him. Yeah, he's actually not on the list. So I guess I'm mistaken. Probably. I was probably just really dissatisfied with how he addressed the topic. Let's see.
That
and that settings thing disappears. Yeah,
Not
he's a
eight.
Republican. Okay.
I couldn't. Well, I knew that maybe he was going to
insulted when been described as naive somewhere in my 40s. I quit being insulted.
I know
when
he's a
was told
Republican,
I
but I'm
was
just going to
naive.
double check for his last name
Finally
anyway.
decided perhaps that was something of a
Okay,
compliment.
he's not on the list. Same guy, right? Yeah. Okay.
And I find really crafting policy early on.
I'm pretty sure this guy was a Republican,
Attentive.
and he wasn't too good or too bad on the topic, as I remember.
For
I prefer to be able to perk up when I see
These are,
someone and be like, they were awesome. Cleve Simpson.
I will really. My decisions are really revolve.
Republican,
They're
okay.
around.
I
There's
think
been
we
a lot of
already
concern talked about for single moms.
addressed this woman earlier,
Thanks.
if I remember right, for whatever reason.
Other than
Maybe not. I don't
remarks,
recognize
and
her
I
name
thank you,
there.
Mr. Chair.
Like that, Faith
Got
Winter.
it. Senator Winter.
She is on our list.
Thank you,
So,
Mr. Chair.
This person is
On
another
an
murderer.
issue such as this, we talk about policy and we talk about stories, and you'll get a little bit of both today about where I am and why I so strongly support this bill.
You so strongly support
I
it.
determined
Well, we know. Look, she can see the evil on her face already, too. She's going to look horrible when she gets older because she's possessed by demons to some extent. And you can see it on her face already. And it's going to show more over time unless she repents. She can repent and believe the gospel. I showed my 1-minute gospel presentation earlier. And yeah, I'll go ahead and link that in a moment here. But first, I got to show something again that we've seen a few times because she was trying to say why she's so passionate about it. Well, because you are of your father, the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning. We have the Bible. We know why people do the things that you do, woman. And I don't mean woman in a derogatory way. Same way I would mean man, right? So maybe that's not the right way to talk exactly. Well, I don't know. I don't know what else to call her when I don't remember her name off the top of my head. You know, I don't want to resort to calling her something that's insulting without meaning, right? I could say murderer, but so at a certain point, I'm being too redundant. I literally just read, you are of your father, the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning. So there you go. And I'll be more careful to speak more kindly in the way I speak about women when the women are not promoting mass murder. Okay, we can't assume just because of the color of her jacket. There are Republican women who like their bright colors also.
to give every pregnant person in this state the economic choice, the political choice, the personal choice
to murder babies.
To live out their hopes and dreams.
Yeah, rape is already illegal and criminal, and so we're already enforcing that they have choice in whether or not they get pregnant. That's a non sequitur and a red herring.
Senator Kirkmeyer.
And perhaps a straw man as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Krigmeyer, something like that. I don't think she's on our list. Yeah, I don't see her on the list. Maybe my subconscious was remembering. Maybe she's a Republican. Because I was like, we can't assume. Yeah, she's a Republican. So, and she's not on the list of sponsors, so we're obviously not going to shame her.
Baptist Home.
So if I remember right, this woman is pretty ridiculous.
2-1279.
Janet Buckner. Now, I don't want to show an example of ridiculousness. I remember she was pretty ridiculous, but we're just, and it would shame her more to show it. But, okay, we're here to shame because it's the right thing to do. And so how long is she going to be up here for? Just a couple minutes. If I remember right, she's pretty ridiculous in her few minutes up there. We'll go ahead and hear her out. If we're going to do the job, let's do it right while we're here. And
Senator
get it done.
Buckner.
Come on, Internet. Be stronger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you to this chamber for being thoughtful
polite. We all love each other in this chamber.
Whoa!
Yes, we disagree.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Put on the brakes. Right? I'm not so selfish that you can murder other humans and make that your cause and then say that you love me. And I know I'm not in the chamber, but I'm kind of speaking for anyone who is a Christian who's in the chamber, anyone who's on the side of what's right who is in the chamber. She can't love the people in the chamber by murdering their fellow humans, right? You can't just segment apart as if like we only care about ourselves and not about others or something. And that's just crazy. Like, what would this world be if people only cared about themselves? You're there fighting to murder humans. You're not loving anybody. You are a person of hate. Hate is what you are about. You are about hate. You're a hater. And I mean a hater not in the casual way, like you're against something that's going on. I mean, you are of your father, the devil, and you want to do the deeds of your father. He was a murderer from the beginning. That's what I mean by you're a hater. Murder is hate. Wow, what gaslighting. What a gaslighting way to start.
Agree, but that's what we're in this chamber. Yes, we disagree.
Who cares about disagreeing? This is about babies dying instead of living because murderers murder them. The only agreement that matters is if we agree with the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen? Amen. Wow, sheesh. This is so absurd. I don't know how much absurdity I can continue to take.
But that's what we do as lawmakers, because we have very important decisions to make and difficult decisions to make.
There's nothing difficult about deciding that
stand-
humans are humans and murder is murder and murderers are murderers, and we're just going to submit to simple facts. There is nothing difficult about that. There is nothing understandable about anyone having the wrong perspective on that. You know, I mean, we understand it because we understand the light and darkness paradigm in John chapter 3, you know, towards the end here. Let me see. John 14, 11, 7, 5, 1, 3. Here it says, "For God in that way loved the world," referring to the serpent in the wilderness, that all you had to do was look upon it. "Because God in that way loved the world, as additionally he gave his only begotten Son, so that whosoever is believing in him may not perish, but instead may have everlasting life." Now, at the end of the chapter, it specifies we do have everlasting life, but here it's specifying that if you don't believe on him, you don't even have the possibility yet. So believing on him, if they just said believing on him, you do have everlasting life, then theoretically it could be possible before that. So that's why it says, may not perish, opening up the possibility to not perish, but instead may have everlasting life by merely believing on him, which is why it references the serpent in the wilderness, because you merely look on the serpent. You merely believe on his Son, who is far more precious than a bronze serpent, of course. Because God in this way loved the world, or in that way loved the world, as additionally he gave his only begotten Son, so that whosoever is believing in him may not perish, but instead may have everlasting life. Because God sent his Son into the world not to condemn the world. This print is really small. But instead, so that the world through him may be saved. You may be saved. Just trust Messiah. Just believe his gospel truly, right? And, you know, how do we come to that? Well, he gives good gifts to them who ask. You know, don't ask for serpents and stones, ask for fish and bread. With your heart, with a true asking, ask to be persuaded of the gospel. And God will persuade you of the truth if you ask to be persuaded of the truth. Now, maybe it's not asking to be persuaded of the gospel, because maybe to someone who doesn't believe, that would be dishonest because you're trying to assume your conclusion. But if you ask for the truth in your heart with a true asking, God will give it. And the truth is the gospel. right? Amen. He that is believing on him is not condemned, but he that is not believing is condemned already, because he has not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. And this is the condemnation, that the light has arrived into the world, and humans loved the darkness more than the light, because their works were toilsome. Or more, because their works had been being toilsome, because they're self-invested, because they don't want to give up on their own self-identity. For everyone that does bad or does flawed hates the light, neither comes toward the light, so that his deeds may not be, it says here, reproved. That means rebuked and corrected, so that their deeds may not be rebuked and corrected. This woman does not want her deeds to be rebuked and corrected. She is attached to her own self-identity. But he that achieves truth, that is the end result, is that we're in the truth place. But he that achieves truth comes toward the light, so that his works may be made obvious in this manner, that they are having been worked in God. You see, you're choosing yourself over God. You've made an idol of yourself, Janet Buckner, shameful woman who idolizes herself so much that she is then going to hate God so much that she is going to push for the murder of babies. It's madness.
In support,
What was I getting so upset about?
because we have very important decisions to make and difficult decisions to
No, they're
make.
not difficult. They are important.
I stand in support of House Bill 22-1279. And I want to explain why.
We already know why.
So many of you have talked about your background.
You see, when you're in dark, what the darkness is ignorance, and what the light is awareness of truth. And so she's in darkness. She knows less about her own motives than we do, because we are in the light and we can see the truth by the grace of God. There, but for the grace of God go I, right? We're no better than her, but our God is better than her. Amen.
You've heard me talk about my background over the years. I grew up in a very strict Baptist home. My father was the superintendent of Sunday schools, so I can quote every scripture there is. My mother was the organist for our church.
That's just absurd. Like, so many people go to church and this and that. They might barely know scripture, but very few people can quote every scripture there is. Like, what kind of game of false credentials is she trying to gaslight on us here? You know, I don't believe you, woman, when you say you can quote it. I mean, I guess it's supposed to be a figure of speech and an exaggeration, sort of like how Donald Trump talks. But I don't support Donald Trump in exaggerating either. If you need to exaggerate, then, you know, at best, your position is weak.
I sang in the choir. I can still sing today.
I believe her there.
We talked about everything very openly in my home when I was growing up. Because being a woman of color, I had to face things that most people never had to face as a young person. So we spoke about everything openly. My mom and dad talked about the choices you make, you have to live with.
Yeah, and when she was younger, I could see how being a woman of color would be especially more difficult in a way that's not nearly as much the case now as it used to be. And so I won't give her a hard time about that, because she looks like she has some age on her.
And
I'm glad that there's been a lot of progress, right? And it's too bad that they sabotaged all that progress with all this CRT, you know? But what's awesome is that the progress is not sabotaged for us who are in the church, right? Like, I just did that 1 minute gospel challenge, and I was the first light-skinned person that I know of amongst like our group of people that kind of know each other. Ironically, I'm kind of the black sheep of the Reformed family around here, and I'm saying ironically because I don't normally talk about skin color, but happen to be talking about it at the moment because I have light skin, so I'm being a bit comedic about it. You know, it's ironic that I'm the black sheep of our Reformed family around here. But yeah, and it's neither here nor there what people's skin color is, you know, for us. And all this CRT stuff that has really like forced us together to oppose all this stupid drama about skin color has actually just like where maybe we kind of knew different people just naturally from whatever happened. Now we all know each other, and it's really cool, right? And so yeah, in the church, when they try evil, it backfires on them. Unfortunately, in the world, they actually have, I think, created a lot of racial tension where it was mostly dissipating and vanishing. And that's sad, but we'll keep preaching the gospel that we are all, first, we're one humanity in Adam, tragically so, and then we are one new man. One new man, Corey, not two new men, one new man. The new covenant is for Gentiles. We're one new man. And anyway, I won't get on that topic right now, but yeah, now we're one new man in the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, and it's awesome. But in either case, skin color is just not a factor, right? I mean, I do understand that there are demographics, but you know, if someone with light skin is in a demographic that normally is mostly dark skin, then their difference of skin color doesn't change that they're in that demographic, right? And vice versa, you know? And so it is what it is, and it's not what it's not. And thank God for that. He is the ruler of what is. God is the ruler of what is. He is all sovereign. Absolutely so. Amen. And I would have it no other way. I praise and thank him for his especially absolute sovereignty and his willingness to take responsibility for everything, which he has done exceedingly so on the cross of his love, laying down his own life in God the Son, which life death could not hold because he never sinned. And in victory, here we are now in that gospel life. Amen. So at least we had a chance to enjoy something before we listen to what we're not going to enjoy some more.
Also told me, judge not with.
I'll rewind a little bit.
My mom and dad talked about the choices you make, you have to live with.
Yeah, so if you make the choice to be a murderer, you have to live with that. You know, it's like they talk about pro-choice so much, and she's talking about responsible for their choices. But then if we talk about it in a real way, now we're impugning their motive. Like gaslighting, gaslighting, gaslighting. I'll try to be less frustrated. You know, gaslighter's going to gaslight. Murderer's going to murder. It is the way it is.
And they also told me, judge not, lest ye be judged. The reason I'm telling you this for this particular bill is because...
So what about judging a child unworthy of life? You think you can just judge that children are unworthy of human rights? That's what's in the bill. The way it's worded is about them having no human rights. I mean, they don't put the word human there, but that's what they're talking about. No independent or derivative rights. And so you think you can put that judgment on preborn children that they have no independent or derivative rights, and somehow you're going to escape being judged? I mean, listen to the madness of her contradiction. And she has to face the Lord Jesus Christ someday. A woman, you need to repent. You need to repent and believe the gospel. Oh yeah, let me get my gospel presentation. I'm just going to quickly share the link here. I'm just clicking share, copy, and then getting back to where I'm at and paste. And then 1 minute gospel. There it is. So I'm not going to keep showing the clip every time that I want to be preaching the gospel to these people. Now, if I had reason to believe they were actually going to watch this video, then I would show the clip every time but I don't want to, be redundant without due cause.
We're talking about choice here. And yes, you have to live with those choices.
Mm-hmm.
But without this bill, you do not have a choice. When I came here to represent my Senate district and the constituents of my Senate district and decisions for the whole state of Colorado, I take that very seriously because I want everyone in the state of Colorado to be able to make their own choices. I don't want somebody dictating to me what I have to do with my body.
It's not what you have to do. No one's saying that rape is now legal, and if someone wants to make you pregnant, you have to let them make you pregnant. This is such stupid red herring, non sequitur gaslighting. But there are certain things you cannot do, like murder other people, and that's because God says so. God dictates what we're allowed to do and what we're not allowed to do. You heard her say it just now. We're going to rewind a little bit, but she doesn't want to let anyone dictate to her. Let us not be like that. Let us submit ourselves to God. We might not be tempted to kill our own babies, but when we are tempted, let us pray that we'll submit to God on it instead of doing what we would do that we shouldn't do, Let's not just point the finger at others and then be guilty of our own sins ourselves. And we have the power of the Holy Spirit. We have no excuse. But this isn't this isn't normally the kind of thing I say. Normally, I would rather focus on ourselves, but this isn't about us. This is about
I take
them.
that very seriously because I want everyone in the state of Colorado to be able to make their own choices. I don't want somebody dictating to me what I have to do with my body. My body.
And when her face was like slightly angry for a moment, you can tell she's a politician. I don't know if you guys saw that. Like right there. You see, she's got scary demon face too when it comes out. And I don't want to just use freeze frame against her. Let's show her in motion here. Coming up right about here when she looks down. If you saw there. Yeah, so, but demons make good politicians too. And I'm talking about the way she's expressing herself, right? Because, I mean, she's a very pretty woman, especially for her age. So I'm not like insulting her in any kind of superficial way. But we do have countenance on our face, right? Our faces do express ourselves. My face is excessively expressive, and I speak of a lot of things I'm passionate about. That's one of the reasons I wear the beard, because, yeah, I don't necessarily like the passion against negative things being on my face often, but we live in a sinful world, and I have responsibility as a man to put my face against those sins.
I want everyone in the state of Colorado to be able to make their own choices.
Let do what thou wilt be the whole of the law, says the Satanist.
I don't want somebody dictating to me what I have to do with my body.
Yeah, and well, we're dictating what you're not allowed to do, which is to murder someone else's body. We're not dictating what you have to do with your body. I'm going to show that billboard again. And I don't want to lose our spot in the video, so I'm going to change the screen share to do it. The meme about the billboard, right? So here it is. You are of your father, the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning. Supposedly abortion saved lives. Ha 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 ha. Aren't we funny Satanists? And it's almost like the Satanists are on our side, or they can't help but be, right? Because they're archetyping the evil that this woman is trying to be subtle about, and they're blowing her cover. But yeah, that is very important, though. She's talking about Satanism, about not letting God tell you that you're not allowed to murder.
My body. That's why I am in favor of this bill. Without this bill, you do not have that choice for your own reproductive rights.
Yes, you do. No one is proposing that we legalize rape so that women don't get to choose whether or not they may become pregnant. No one is proposing that. No one's even proposing that we cut off birth control allowance when, it's preventative to pregnancy, right? Because, God can decide whether or not, because you're taking life production out of his hands, if that's somehow tantamount to murdering people by preventing them or something. Like, we don't really get to make a weird call like that. God knows the truth of that. He knows the heart of the matter, just like he knows the heart of humans. And so, no one is suggesting that you don't have bodily autonomy. The thing is that when you make the choice to produce a human, or even if someone commits a crime, then we can't give the death penalty to the child because of what the rapist did. Now, we should give death penalties to rapists, but they don't care enough about women for that, and so that's not the way it is. That's the way it should be.
I have spoken to so many.
And how do we know that's the way it should be? Because in God's law, if a rape can be proven, then it's the death penalty. Now, you can't just, make accusations against someone and not prove them. And that is an unfortunate fact of sin, right? That if a rapist, they're raping someone, cannot be proven, then we cannot give them the death penalty. But we have to accept that. And, what we do is we do our best to make a better world. And that's a good way to minimize sin, relatively speaking.
Bill, that's why I am in favor of this bill. Without this bill, you do not have that choice for your own reproductive rights. I have spoken to so many constituents over the years that I've been here at the state capitol. I was a member of the health committee in the House.
There's one constituent you should really be listening to, lady. God himself. That's the constituent you want to please. If you know what's good for you, or if you care about what's good for others. Or more importantly, if you care about what's good for God, to ease his heart because we love him, because he is worthy of our love. Amen.
And now in the Senate, we have heard every possible reproductive right bill you could hear about. And I remember the testimony. I remember hearing those mothers talk about, I wanted to go through with my pregnancy, but I couldn't for various reasons. Those are their personal reasons. Those are not my choices. They're personal reasons. I also I mentor a lot of young people.
That vagueness was ridiculous. If there's a lot of reasons, if you're talking about medical, that's an entirely different category. And yes, not everyone survives in medicine. Medicine is a life and death matter, and death is part of it being a life and death matter. But that's completely different than murder, and that's just two different topics. If she's talking about anything else, then what she's saying, I couldn't go through with it, well, then that's just a lie, right? If you're not talking about that it was that you were medically unable to finish the pregnancy, or perhaps that it was such a drastic risk that, there's a choice not to take the risk, then you're talking about medical matters. And, and if there's two lives at stake, and then, that does become a hard decision in a medical matter, and everything else is simply murder. Simply so. And think about how many women in ages when pregnancy was far more dangerous than it is now. And of course, we don't know, as our genetics deteriorate, how pre-medicine it becomes more dangerous over time, right? We understand that we're not evolving, we're deteriorating as a species. But so before medicine, not considering medicine, but just the way nature runs without any technology, not that humans were ever without any technology, but you get the idea. Pregnancy gets more dangerous over time, but with technology, it gets much safer lately. but think about all the women who had to risk dying in order to perpetuate generations so that we are here today, including her, including myself, including, it looks like I have at least one audience member besides myself, and including you, audience or viewer, audience member, however you want to put it. Point being is we want to, it was Mother's Day recently, and we have generations of mothers unto us, each of us do. And then, because we don't have to be selfish and care more about our own family than other families, now we should care more about our own family in sense of a sphere of responsibility, right? But are you the one who's been here and you're letting me know it's you, Peter? Or is that, or did you just show up? Anyway, good to see you, brother. Good to see you. So yeah, these so many mothers of humanity who risked their lives so we can be here. And then and I don't know what yes is because I gave like a multiple choice. But yeah, so many mothers so that we could be here, worthy of honor for their courage, and they were glad to risk themselves to bring life into the world. And look how weak humanity has become now. And Peter, you're the one who's been here. Well, I'm glad you've been here, because when I know there's at least one person watching, then it really is much better for me, motivated in the moment of being live, And yeah, I'm a little disappointed that one of my buddies was debating this topic as if it's debatable with an atheist who's like pretty much admitting that it's murder, but then making weird excuses. Like he's not even like a normal atheist, but he's like more reasonable. But his being more reasonable just makes him even less reasonable in the end. And he kept using our brother, our brother CJ, he kept using the euphemism abortion, and he kept treating the topic as if it's debatable enough to discuss it. And it's like, are you going to discuss like the humanity of, we have a dark-skinned woman on screen, so I'll refer to that. Like, are we going to discuss the humanity of our colored brothers and sisters as if maybe they're not human because there's some KKK person out there who wants to think they're less than human? Like, obviously, we don't entertain that debate, right? But then we're going to entertain it about the preborn. And then they're interested to watch that, but they didn't even stop by this live stream where I'm addressing this topic properly. I'm shaming these people. Someday the debate has to be over and we have to shame these people and we have to move on with reality. We can't just forever perpetuate the debate as if it's never going to end, So I appreciate you being here, Peter W., and I'm taking the opportunity to complain about my disappointment that other people, they would rather see the topic addressed wrongfully, not in the truth, instead of addressed where it truly stands, right? Because the truth is right where the lamb is. And the lamb is not saying, like, yeah, maybe, the lamb is saying that they choose darkness because they're evil. The lamb is saying that they hate him first, and it's about hate and Satanism, right? So I stand with the lamb, not with compromising, because I think I'm going to use something other than truth to reach people. I'll stand on the truth and trust the truth to do his job. He's the only one worthy to face a task like this. We're not worthy to face this. He is. So let's see what this comment is. Peter W. says, I heard a prominent atheist saying abortion was self-defense for the mother, so it is justified. The world has gone mad. Yeah, and I'll give, as far as like, if you want to say a simple argument, that is probably the best case that could be made. If a case could be made, then I guess that's the one. And maybe that's sort of what the argument amounted to earlier. And the thing is that we know it's actually a heart problem. It's a gospel problem. And what I mean by that is that it's the gospel that solves the problem, right? You convert someone by them believing the gospel, and then they'll submit to God. And when they submit to God, then we can reason with them in case they somehow don't get it because they were in darkness and this whole being in light thing is new to them. Then at that point, because they're new to being in the light, it is our job to disciple them. And even if it seems silly to have to disciple them on a point like this, it's reasonable, or it's, it's our correct service to do at that point. But when someone's in darkness with an evil heart, and we entertain this idea that, well, maybe you're not evil, maybe God's wrong about you and you're right about yourself and all of that, that's not even love, because we're lying to them. God is right about them. They are wrong about themselves. And if we're going to love them, the only love is in truth. So, okay, I'll continue with the live stream. But yeah, it's encouraging. Even just seeing your number up there is encouraging too.
And have over my lifetime. So I mentor a lot of young people and have over my lifetime. So many times I have talked to young women who have had a couple of children, and then when they became pregnant again, they decided that they weren't able to get help for their family to afford to even take care of their kids.
This is so silly because you can literally, no questions asked, just to give your child up at a hospital or a fire department. And yeah, you don't know who they'll be adopted by, but you know that you won't be murdering them. So this is just an absurd point she's trying to make. It has no legs to stand on. Complete disgrace and shame. And for her to be saying it with a smile, gaslighting with a smirk, murdering with a smirk, cutting babies' throats and smirking about it. And yeah, there's a little bit of poetry there. I guess she is not the one cutting throats, right? But look, if you hire a hitman, you're guilty of what the hitman does. And what do? They rip them apart limb for limb and crush their skulls. They torture them to death with chemical burning. They do all sorts of disgusting things to them. And then they sell their bodies. Like, the level of depravity is unbelievable. It's beyond imagining, and it's not in the sense that I'm unable to imagine it, but that if it didn't actually exist, I would be unwilling to even think of such things, you know?
So why would they bring another child into this world when they couldn't even get...
Children are a blessing. They're not a curse. And that's another thing, the way that they frame it up to make children an expense instead of an asset. That's not the actual natural order. The natural order is you have more children, you have more people to help, you have more assets and advantages, even on a purely pragmatic level. Now, regardless, this is just the most... I don't even...
money
I'm speechless. This is just so
another
absurd.
child into this world when they couldn't even get money and what they needed and health care to take care of their kids.
Well, did they choose to have sex outside of marriage? Yes, that's a relevant question. If someone chooses to do the sin of having sex outside of marriage... Oh, Kevin did stop by eventually. I don't know where he's been busy at, but yeah, I was just complaining that there was people who were at a live stream that I would say addressed this topic not based on the truth earlier today, and then now I'm addressing it in the directly truthful way. But one of the people who was there is here, and I appreciate that you're here, Kevin. And you're saying right about something. If you were to watch this whole thing, you'd probably be saying right a whole bunch of times. Now, I know it's 5 hours, and I don't necessarily expect people to watch a 5-hour live stream, especially when it's just going on and on about shaming people who deserve to be shamed. It's not necessarily the most pragmatically making a difference kind of a thing, you know? But we do need to address things in the truthful way and let the truth solve this problem because he is the only one who's worthy to solve it.
Dead.
So I'm glad to
When
see
they
you here,
couldn't
brother.
even get money and what they needed and health
Thank you.
care to take care of their kids. It was their decision, not mine. Their decision. These decisions are so personal. And I believe those decisions should be made between the person
And the other person, the one who's murdered, like it's a personal decision that someone who is personal is being murdered. This is just such nonsense. You look at her smirk. I hate her smirk. Smirking about murder. I was talking about demonic faces earlier. To smirk on a topic like this, it reminds me of Duper's Delight. You know that look that's Duper's Delight? That's what her face looks like. And the dupe and the murder. Ugh.
their doctor, their families.
What does a doctor have to do with the decision to murder? If we're talking medical, that's a whole different topic. I've addressed that multiple times. We understand that medical is life and death, and not everyone survives. And that's part of what medical is. But that is just not the topic.
And their pastor and their God.
No one has their God. Look at her face. Because she's like bitter that there's only one God. She wants gods to be optional. I know how to read
Their
a face. I
pastor
used to play poker.
And their God.
That's the first time she made a face like that in these minutes of talking. There's only one God, and he's not our God. We're his humans, right? And now, for those of us who believe the gospel, he is our God. He has given himself to us, and he has offered himself to all humanity, whosoever should accept that offer. But for those who do not accept that offer, he is not theirs. And our God is that who we most worship, or that which we most worship, for people whose God is not a person. But yeah, in reality, there's only one God, and we don't get to have our God. And any pastor who, has options open on this somehow is not a pastor. Bottom line, only God decides who is and who isn't a pastor. If God has called someone to be a pastor and put them in a pastoral role, they're a pastor, or they're in a pastoral role, or both. Of course, if you're a pastor, that is a pastoral role. Point being, God defines reality. Yeah, go ahead and throw up your hands and shrug, because it is just like...
It's as simple as that. No, it's not simple. But when it comes down to it, it's between the person.
It's as simple as that. Murder is murder. Humans are humans. Murderers are murderers. How many words is that? Humans are humans. Murder is murder. Murderers are murderers. So 9 words. And really, you could just bring it down to 6. Humans are humans. Murder is murder. I mean, you could just bring it down to 3 words. Murder is murder, right? Or you could bring it down to 1 word. Murderer. So you want to talk about simple? I'll give you simple, woman.
Their doctor, their family, their friends, their pastor, and their God. You know, there's more men in this chamber than there are women.
Yeah, I like how Kevin's addressing the topic. He says they are hypocrites. They had the opportunity to be born. And I consider that to be pretty similar to how I'm addressing it. Not really entertaining the debate, just cutting right through it and stating the facts. And entertaining the debate is an insult to our fellow humans, and it's an insult to the truth, and it is to stand elsewhere than the truth, and it's to walk outside of faith, as if we're going to decide how we're going to be the ones to have a tactic to make things happen, instead of just following the Lamb wheresoever he goes. You know, I don't know if Brother CJ will ever see this, but I'd like you to just follow the Lamb wheresoever he goes. Trust the truth. Just trust Messiah. You don't have to think, you don't have to put some kind of different way of going about it than just trusting the truth. It really is that simple. And I think you know the truth is that the debate is absurd. And if you don't treat it as absurd, then you're not behaving truthfully, right? There's plenty of people out there compromising truth, that God can use them as vessels, that God is justified in their lacking, right? Like when my failures work out for the better, that justifies God, but not me, right? But God has plenty of vessels for that. But I want for those of us who are Christian brothers to follow the Lamb wheresoever he goes and be right there with the Lamb.
And I was sitting over there thinking about what would happen if you as a man were told that you needed permission
to murder someone, right? Like she's talking about murder. Like, I hope no one would ever give me permission to murder someone. And I hope no one would ever say I just get that there's a certain class of humans, like a certain category of humans that, you know, if they're, I mean, I know it's pretty specific. It's only the mother who gets to decide to murder this person, right? Just like, it's really specific, but if there was a specific person that someone told me, yeah, this person is innocent, they're one of the few innocent humans alive right now, and they actually are still innocent, and they're one of the few, and you get to murder this person, and you don't need to ask anyone's permission because that's just the way it is that you get to. Like, that would be terrible. I would never want that, right? Like, where does she assume I'm so murderous that it would be appalling to me if I'm not allowed to murder? This is just
happen
silly.
if you as a man were told that you needed permission to get a vasectomy?
What does this have to do with anything? Like, guys, can you guys tell me what the price of tea is in China right now? Like, because somehow that's on topic apparently, right? Like, seriously, what's she even talking about? I don't even know how that's even supposed to connect. Like, how she's making the face that we should be making at her. Like, what? And then look, she knows it's silly. She's like almost laughing with Duper's delight at this point.
That's a real question.
Oh, I bet it is. Oh man, this is ridiculous. I mean, I think she really likes the game of it. She'd probably be fun to play a game with because she's totally enjoying the game of it so much, and it's disgusting, right? I think she's a lot less deluded than the other people that we've watched. The other people that we've watched, the darkness that they're in, they actually, in that darkness, their evil has brought them to some form of confusion. She doesn't seem confused at all. She seems to be very aware of the game she's playing. I wouldn't be surprised if she does voodoo or something just because she's enjoying the game so much. Like, yeah.
Something to think about. But that is an aha moment for many people.
I know earlier I said I would laugh if it wasn't so atrocious, but it's gotten so absurd that now I actually am laughing. Oh, man.
So, I'll say it again. I feel comfortable with the decisions I'm making for my constituents, and that's one of choice. Because without this bill,
Let do what thou wilt be the whole of the law. We hear you, Satan. Oh, I mean, woman.
You have no choice.
Kevin, I don't think you've seen the meme yet. So I'll show the meme again for you. Yeah, Margaret, Planned Parenthood, the purpose of Planned Parenthood always has been and still is to do eugenics against our dark-skinned fellow humans. Or, I don't like to use like black or white as categories of people, but When that does have to be referenced because someone is racist, then people probably don't like that I say dark skinned. But the whole CRT thing just kind of put me over the edge that now it's time for me to speak exactly what the truth is, even if people find it annoying. And exactly what the truth is that darker skin is just darker skin and lighter skin is just lighter skin. These are not categories of people. You know what I mean? But here it says, there's abortion, the Satanic Temple made this abortion billboard that claims abortion save lives. And then the meme here says, "You are of your father, the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning." And this channel, Somebody for Christ, is an excellent channel. And so I'm going to put the link in the description again. Somebody for, and it appears to fit within 200 characters because StreamYard doesn't split it apart. So it should be on there just fine. And it's actually specifically to this post here, but then it can get you to their channel as well. And I don't know how much with the church matters he addresses you'd be personally interested in, Kevin. But as you can see, you would definitely like a lot of his community posts. They're biblical and spiritual. And so even if you don't really care to spend time watching his content because you're not concerned about those issues as much, you'll definitely like his community posts. So, yeah, she is of her father, the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning. So, for the most part, we're not listening to any more testimony from these people. I'm just showing them to shame them. But hers was short enough, and I remembered that she was really ridiculous. So I decided we'd go ahead and show her, because the point is to shame these people, and she's to her own shame with her ridiculousness. And so I'm like, while we're here doing the task, and we were already 5 hours in, we'll put some extra time in. But I turned her, what is it, like 5:21 up until, I guess maybe she was up there longer than I thought. I thought it was only like 4 minutes. It was basically only 5 minutes. I turned it into a half hour. But she was really ridiculous. So, yeah, I want to get her first and last name clearly again. There it is. Janet Buckner. So remember this face and name, Colorado Senator. She is a shame to herself and to humanity. And then what's going on here? Who's that?
Prior to in the field, Senator Field.
When, how?
On the amendment on the bill.
And the Assistant Majority Leader.
Thank you very much. Senator Fields.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So let's see if Fields' name is on the list. Yes, she is. So I showed the list earlier, and these are the people who sponsored this murderous bill. And she is on the list. And she is probably pretty ridiculous also. But I'm not going to take a bunch of time
Chair,
on another
and thank you,
ridiculous
Senator,
person.
for that 7-9. Let me put me in support of how I'm going to put me on video here. So I do want to labor and leadership. If, when, how, and with whom they should start a royal family with.
Yeah, again, I'll just say it yet again. No one is proposing that rape should be legal so that women can have families started and become pregnant without their consent, right? No one is suggesting that rape should be legal. In fact, we are suggesting the death penalty when rape is proven. So, Rhonda Fields, this is another murderous woman here. Oh, and she's the assistant majority leader. Okay. And this guy looks like a Republican, but we'll have to check. He's a Democrat. Let's see if his name is on the list. Oh, wait, is that his name? No, that's his role, huh? His name is Bridges, Jeff Bridges. That's funny because there's, a famous name of Jeff Bridges that's out there. I'm pretty sure that's the famous name, but I don't care. But yeah, he is on the list. So this man is a murderer, Senator Jeff Bridges. And I don't know what the majority whip is, but apparently he's the whip for the majority, whatever that means. And we're just shaming these people real quick. We're not going to take time to deal with all of them. Here is Gonzalez again. I think Julie Gonzalez, and she was one of the prime. There was 2 House representatives, and we're at the Senate here, and she is the senator. The 3 of them are the prime sponsors. So because they're the prime sponsors, or whatever they call that exactly, we're going to go ahead and show them again just momentarily here. Let's see. Okay, I'm not finding it on my list, but I'm pretty sure I still have it open. Oh, I accidentally don't have it open anymore. But all I have to do is go to favorites real quick and open it up. I know what the icon looks like, so it'll just take a moment. There we go. Okay, I've got their faces on screen. Now I just need to screen share. Okay, prime sponsors. So that was the right word for it, prime. Okay. Bear with me just a moment. I have almost got it on screen. Okay, it should be at the top of the list. Maybe that's why I'm missing it. Yep, I didn't quite scroll to the top. There we go. So, Meg Fraulich, and then we saw Dania Esgar earlier at a different hearing holding a baby for political clout, which is really disgusting for someone who is using her power to promote the mass murder of babies. So that was Dania Esgar here. And then Julie Gonzalez really opened up to say a lot of stuff that was really nonstop gaslighting and evil and infuriating. And yeah, so they're the 3 prime sponsors, and they deserve a special honor roll place of shame. Because we are here to advocate for the voiceless and to speak for them, so they may say, some Colorado lawmakers want me murdered. Let's shame them. And the previous episode was some Colorado lawmakers want me to live. Let's honor them. I want to cut that one down to be shorter, and then I might want to cut it down to an even shorter one that's just like, boom, good testimony. Boom, good testimony, right? So I recommend waiting until you see the thumbnail indicates that it's shorter. This one, a review of legalized murder, is a review of the entire bill. And then this one, my humanity triggers some Colorado lawmakers. Let's despise them. That's the thumbnail to the playlist. It is the first episode. And this is actually good YouTubing, right? In the sense that it's an interview with one of the men who from on the church side of it, and giving advice to the politicians and all that, doing basically following after Jeff Durbin's example and getting help even from Jeff Durbin himself, and Apologia, End Abortion Now. It should be called End Murder Now, because abortion is a euphemism, and we should not, the Marxists, when they say they're against Jesus, they don't say we're against the Lord of Lords and King of Kings, right? The Lord of Lords and King of Kings. They don't call him that. So why are we stupid enough to call the murder of babies abortion when they're not stupid enough to call the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ the Lord of Lords and King of Kings? Why are we fighting to fight stupider than them? Apparently we're stupider than Marxists. I don't know what it's going to take to wake up call people to trusting truth and standing there. But anyway, this live stream was really awesome. It's actually good YouTube, not just an important topic, but actually a well done live stream. And so I highly recommend that one. And then, where am I at here? Let's get this back on the screen. So we were just showing her again, Julie Gonzalez. We've shamed her enough. Well, we haven't, but we have lives to get back to. So there's some limit to how much we're going to shame people. Now, this guy, I'm pretty sure is a Republican, not on the wrong side of this issue. I'm hoping it'll show his name. I've been at this so long, I don't remember all the faces we've seen anymore. But, okay, this guy's, yeah, I remember him now. And we dealt with her earlier. She is worthy of shame. So we did the honoring the people worthy of honor before. And I might have overlooked the Senate because the House did a much better job of addressing the topic on the footing of truth. And then the live stream was very long and disorganized. And, Susan, Slam RN, she was here and she was like, she cared too much about the topic to leave. And so I had to have some mercy on her and not keep her up any later than I did. But really, these senators, even the ones who were on our side, they really didn't do a very good job. Now, I do think we reviewed them some, because I do think I remember a couple of these men I highlighted, like the two men that were just on screen, this current man. There it goes. So that man, and I think this man also, I highlighted some, if I remember right. But we kind of ignored a lot of the Senate because they didn't do as well as the House when we were honoring them. But there were some people in the House who were just incredible with their testimony. And in a future episode, I'll go ahead and show that, the next episode, and it has a gold border around it to specify that, yes, it's take 2, because take 1 became the review of just the law, and then I never got to people's testimony. So this one might be a mini-series. The Colorado people have asserted my humanity. Let's hear them. That one might be a mini-series because there is countless hours of beautiful testimony from the people with a capital P, right? And so there's so much good testimony, it might have to be like a 3 or 4 episode series. If I make it a series, I can limit each episode to 3 hours, and then it might be like it might literally be a 5 episode series, but at least then each episode will only be 3 hours and I won't be as exhausted. Or I could try to do 3 4-hour episodes or 3 4.5-hour episodes. So I don't know if they relaxed the coat rule, which was first relaxed for the media, if they eventually relaxed it also for the politicians, or if she's breaking the rules by not wearing a coat there. That's neither here nor there, just something to mention while I'm scanning to see if there's anyone new to shame. And while it seems like there won't be, last time I thought that with the House, eventually there was. Like this woman, there's a good chance that she is someone new to shame.
Bill for an act. Access to the person today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, colleagues. I would urge a no vote on this amendment.
She's urging a no vote on the amendment, not the bill. So the amendment, what they're doing with the amendments is it's like, go ahead and let's at least improve your disgusting murder bill, and then they won't even improve it at all. There's not really much point to it. Like I said, the House did a much better job, even though they proposed amendments also. And it's like, unless your amendment is to just make it totally not about murder anymore. And
Citizens of Colorado, they changed seats. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Smallwood.
Oh, apparently he said Mrs. Chair because when his back was turned, a different person was put into the seat. That's what it sounds like he was specifying, but I'm wanting to get this woman's name.
Senator Danielson.
It sounded like Daniels. Is there a name Daniels on the list? No. Let me turn up the volume on my end. I have it down low so it won't echo. Danielson, Jesse Danielson. Okay, how come I don't see a Danielson on the list? She must not be one. Oh, I just didn't see it because, maybe because I was looking for the word Daniels, and Danielson is a lot longer or looks a lot different, even though they're similar. So anyway, she is on the list. This woman is also a murderer. Whatever she's saying here is just technical because it was about that amendment. So it's not really about the topic of murdering in general. So it's definitely not worth listening to. Not that we're really looking to listen to people, but yeah, so another name and face to take note of to shame. And this guy, I'm pretty sure, is one of our Republicans. Well, I just say ours because he's on at least the correct side of the topic in general. I'm just going to assume he is. Then this woman again, we saw her earlier. We saw her earlier. Okay, so now we just have one last video to scan to see if there's anyone left to shame, and then the task is done. So I know it's exhausting. I don't think any of us are really the type who just want to shame people. You know, I don't really draw that type of bitter personality to my channel. But I do think I draw people who care about babies, who care about fellow humans. And that's the reason we're doing this. And because we care about God, and God owns these humans, and people don't have a right to kill those who God owns. And especially as Peter saw in the vision, he is to call no man common, meaning he's to call no man not set apart.
Advocate for pro-life. Now we know that many.
We haven't seen this guy yet.
So
I'm not sure what side he'll be
thank
on.
you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Rankin.
Thank you, Mr.
Rankin or Ranking or something. Okay, I don't see his name on the list, and he vaguely looks like a Republican. It's a little harder to tell when it's a man of that age just in regular politician clothes. But, oh, there's where his name came up. Okay. Yeah. Oh, and I recognized him when I saw that kind of smiling on his face. I'm like, oh, I remember him now. Now, who's this?
Including Topsy V. Jackson, Women's Health.
Oh,
Reproductive
she's
healthcare.
it's just her job to read fast. Someone asked her to read the entire bill, I think, or to have the bill read. Maybe a better way to put it. And then that's her job, is to read fast. Okay, we'll see if we come across anyone new. This guy's filibustering pretty much at that point. Well, also, this video is a lot shorter than the other one, so the same amount of scrolling goes through a lot less video. So I'm scrolling slower than I need to because I got used to the other video. That's neither here nor there because we'll be through this fast enough. Whoops. Okay, there we go. Yeah, now I'm picking up the pace a little bit. Okay. So I'm already kind of winding to the assumption that we're about to close the live stream. Yep. So to close the live stream, let's just say, let's share their faces again, the 3 prime sponsors, even though we did it recently enough, but this is just an appropriate way to close the live stream. So these 3 are especially passionate leaders in the fight to murder babies. They fight, they strive for babies to be murdered. Representative Meg Fraulich of Colorado, Representative Danae Esgar of Colorado, Senator Julie Gonzalez of Colorado. We need a Nuremberg trial, people like this. They need the death penalty for their offenses against humanity, just like went on in Nazi Germany was the death penalty for people who were in positions of power and who were perpetuating such matters, right? We have good precedent for that, precedent that we should follow. This is death penalty offenses big time. These women deserve to be shamed for being so especially murderous. And then I'm just going to do a copy and paste of the link here now that we're not going to need to go back to that. You are of your father, the devil. He was a murderer from the beginning. Thank you. I wish I remembered his name. I know I could. I'll probably buckle down and memorize it next time I hear it because I'm embarrassed to be talking about a dear brother and to not have his name memorized. And then let me see. And then one last thing is going to be my gospel presentation one last time because these people need the gospel. And I think the way I presented it was a good way to present it for their needs. So this time I'll put the subtitles on. Oh, where are the people opposing them? They're in the previous live stream, Kevin. But like I said, the previous live stream needs to be cut down and edited some. But then I also recommended, if you want to learn about the bill, you can watch this one, a review of legalized murder. And if you want to watch a really good live stream that puts up the topic, as I referred to it, A Tale of Two Bills, because this bill in favor of murder is a response to a bill that was proposed to simply have abortion be murder in Colorado and to have it prosecuted as murder. And basically, it was as simple as that. So that was Bill 1079. And then it was the 10th week of the year. And then in the 12th week of the year, a mere 2 weeks later, they proposed this opposite bill, which is especially murderous. So there is a real battle going on. And yeah, so this one, my Humanity Triggers Some Colorado Lawmakers, is a really well done live stream. It's ready to watch as soon as you want to watch one. This other one, I'll put a yellow border on it and put something on it that says edited shorter or shorter version or whatever for when it's more ready to watch. But I have to admit, I was not as well prepared when I did this one, and I didn't do a very good job of browsing around. I did this one much better, you know? I didn't realize it would be so long, 6 hours, because I did a pretty good job. I guess I had less comments to make when people were in the right, and I had a lot to say when people were in the wrong. But yeah, and then the next one is going to be the first episode of what's almost certainly going to be a multi-part series about how the people of Colorado had wonderful things to say. And then finally, we're going to close with a simpler point, a specific point about how the Colorado lawmakers opposed the people on it, right? And so, yeah, you're welcome. So, yeah, I was skipping the people who said good things during this live stream. But if you want to get more of both sides of the story, then that's the first live stream. And like I said, and you'll find that playlist. In fact, let me go ahead and put a link to the playlist. Now, right now, I don't know if the playlist has all the videos in it yet, because I probably could put them in before they're actually made. Yeah, the playlist does have all the videos in it. It has the upcoming ones, so you can set the reminders on those. And if I do copy link, I don't know if it's going to have weirdness on there. Is there a way for me to Just share the playlist. How do I just go to the playlist? Oh, here's just the playlist. Yeah, I'm not sure how linking a playlist works exactly. I'm just going to copy the link that I use, and hopefully it's not doesn't do anything too weird when you guys get there. But the playlist. I'm typing it in right now. Okay. There's the link to the playlist. I don't know if it's going to start things partway through at the time that I watch them at. Yeah, and we'll do the gospel one more time. Now, Kevin, I don't know if I say it fast enough that I should slow it down for people. What I am going to do is have the subtitles on the screen this time. I want to put them at a good size and in a good spot. So give me a moment to set the subtitle options. Options. Font size. Let's go with 200%. Yeah. And that's the best place on the screen for them, I think. There we go. Can I get them a little bit lower? Oh, and I move the icon, it's going to drop some. So then I got to, or it's not. Okay. It's in a good enough spot right now, so we'll go with that. And then, perfect. So it's ready. Let me just get the screen share up. Oh yeah, thank you for your feedback on it. Yeah, and I just don't know if it's going to be adapted to how it would. Anyway, whatever's going on with it, people can manage it, even if it's the worst case scenario. So I'll just drop that. That's a digression at this point. And oh yeah, one thing I didn't mention before, the reason I open up with the good news is the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, because he is the Logos, the statement. And in 1 John, the Holy Spirit through John makes it very clear that that statement is the gospel. And we know we have the true Jesus. If we believe the true gospel, then we're believing in the true Jesus. The gospel is what expresses his character. So a false gospel means you have a false Jesus, and true gospel means you have a true Jesus. So the good news is the Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And I chose those words on purpose. So with that said, these people need the gospel. I want to show their faces one more time. Let's show the list. And then I'll also, well, we'll show their faces and then we'll show the list. Oh, I remember what I did. Okay, we're going to do a good outro here. Please bear with me. I'm just doing a good job. So there we go. Okay. And I know exactly how to navigate this. So there's those three women again who were the leaders of the charge. And then when I click on the PDF, it's going to pull up the list of all the sponsors. So I'll read their names one last time. These are the sponsors of the bill who are to be shamed. These are their last names. Representatives: Fraulich and Esgar, Emmabile, Bacon, Benavides, Bernay, Bird, Boasnecker, Caraveo, Cutter, Doherty, Duran, Exum, Garnet, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Gray, Herod, of all names for a baby murderer, Hooten, Joday, Kennedy, Kip, Lindsay, Lontine, McCluskey, McCormick, McClacklin, Michelson Janae, Molika, Ortiz, Ricks, Roberts, Sirota, whatever, Snyder, Sullivan, Tipper, Titone, A. Valdez, Weissman, Woodrow, Young, and D. Valdez, and Senators Gonzalez, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Danielson, Fenberg, Fields, Janau, Hansen, Henriksen, Jacques Lewis, Kolker, Lee, Peterson, Rodriguez, Story, Winter, Zenzinger, Donovan, Moreno. So all of the people I just listed need the gospel. So with that, let's go ahead and show this gospel video one more time, which is intended not just to describe the gospel, but to offer it the best that I could offer it in 1 minute to unbelievers. And so there it is, finding it in the list of websites here. And then let me make it full screen by taking myself off the screen. And this will be how we close out the video. Well, I'll do my normal outro very short, in short order right afterwards too. The good news is the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. He died on the cross, raised from the dead, ascended to his godly throne, and has promised that those merely truly believing on his promise are judged by his righteousness, have passed from death to life, and can never die. It is written, the condemnation is that the light has arrived into the world, and humans love the darkness more than the light, because their works have been toilsome. Unbeliever, you are attached to your own self-identity and are earning your wages of eternal destruction. To become alive in him is to die to all that you now are. It is written, everything not done in faith is missance of the mark. Jesus Christ is the mark you've missed. He is the light and life. Your best deeds are filthy evil. Your life is death. He has made this obvious, and you are without excuse. It is written, God gives good gifts to them who ask. Only God can persuade you of the truth. In your deepest heart, beg him to persuade your honesty. Change your mind or perish. Okay, so that's that. And then with that, you know, the Jews require a sign and the Greeks seek after wisdom. And I think the Greeks seek after wisdom is very relevant to how we approach this topic of we don't want to try to act like it's an intellectual problem and that they just need wiser words until we convince them. It's a gospel problem, you know? Only the gospel can solve the problem of their dark hearts. The Jews require a sign, and the Greeks seek after wisdom, but we proclaim Christ crucified. Unto the Jews a stumbling block, and unto the Greeks foolishness, but unto us who are called, both Jews and Greeks, Christ, the power and wisdom of God. Just trust Messiah.